Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for tonight's session of darts. We were, of course, in action earlier on today. Matthew Edgar has joined me for the second part of this double session. Really good stuff so far this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good story, and I think the story I said earlier was redemption. Kevin Painter wanted to come here and put things right. Martin Adams missed out on getting through to finals night and getting through to that Champions Week. He lost in the actual final of this, losing out to Justin Smith, and there's some more redemption stories that could happen tonight.
Yeah, looking good for Martin Adams after going through the card in this morning's session. All the highlights now with Henry Deacon.
There was no points from 5 for Barry Bates on Thursday, but he did have some highlights, including that 60 against Mike Symes. As for Symes, he picked up a solitary win on the board against Bates, but he had high finishes like this against David Davis, competitive in all of his games. As for the Welshman Davis, he lost his first 2 and then bounced back by winning the next 2, but a 2 from 3 card means that he's got work to do if he's going to progress through to finals night on Saturday. Meanwhile, it's the other way round, a 3 and 2 card for debutant Kevin Dowling, who impressed on his first showing at the Super Series. His 1-5-1 saved the game against Gary Stafford. As for Stafford, a debutant himself, and he really did hit the ground running. A 1-4-1 checkout here, winning 4 out of his 5 matches. But no one could dislodge Martin Adams, the Wolf, the hungriest of the most, and playing some of the best darts we've seen all week, including this bullseye on the back of a 1-2-6 combination. 5 wins from 5, the Wolf is howling and prowling towards tomorrow night.
Yeah, got to do this next bit through gritted teeth, because Matthew Edgar did predict that Martin Adams would win all of his matches, and he did that this afternoon. We'll take a look at the table just to show that. In fact, you've gone further than that. You think that he'll win every single match in that group?
Yeah, I just don't see who's going to be able to beat him. When you look at the way he did it, he's plus 18 legs after one day. I don't see who's going to be able to beat him in that group. I mean, Gary Stafford was impressive today. He came into that as a big outsider. And actually, 4 from 5, only losing to Martin Adams was a really good turnaround for him. And he looked solid. He looked like he was meant to be there. He looked comfortable with what he was doing. It didn't look like he was stretching himself beyond his capabilities.
Well, that group concludes at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for viewers around the world. But let's now focus on what's happening tonight. Group B about to get underway. We'll take a look at the groups for the week. We know Kevin Painter's already through. We know the players in Group C. We've just seen them. But in Group B, a real nice mix of names. Most of them, in fact, all of them eligible to play on the Seniors Tour, as is in keeping with the theme this week. Who stands out for you as the main contenders?
For me, I think this group's about Paul Hogan. When I say about those redemption stories, he's someone who seems to get through to finals night, get through to the Saturday, and then it doesn't happen for him. These groups, though, haven't been a problem for him. I think he kicks off well, and I think he's going to be top of the table come the end.
He was favourite to win the week before a dart was thrown. Things have changed with the performance of Kevin Painter. He's not actually now favourite to win the group. That's changed in favour of Matt Clark, who was 3rd in Group A, but did have so many opportunities to win matches. Is that why?
Matt Clark should have won Group A. The amount of opportunities, I mean, the times he was 3-0 up, 3-1 up in games, just threw them away. A lot of match starts missed from Matt Clark. He went through that spell of 3 games in a row where he couldn't get over the line, then got over the line, but he was allowed 11 match starts to do that. He's not going to be allowed those sort of opportunities in this group, and I'm surprised that he's actually gone to be the favourite.
Right, Paul Hogan is going to play in the first match. He takes on Dave Prins, who was 2nd in Group A earlier in the week. Produced some good stuff. We'll see some of it here. 117 checkout when he played Mike Symes, another local player. Prins produced some good stuff, didn't he? He was the only player to beat Kevin Painter, so that in itself is an achievement and something for others to worry about.
And he did it twice. But the thing with Dave Prins, he said at the very start, didn't he? He's got that shoulder injury. I expect him to go up in performance and then come back down. I think he's gone up to the top of the hill now. Possibly tonight we'll start seeing that decline with that shoulder injury potentially starting to come in. He's played 15 matches already, and it's not just the time he's up on that stage, it's all the practicing in between. You get here about 2 hours early, that preparation time. It's a bit of a concern.
Right, we'll hear more about the other players in action this evening, but first up it is Dave Prins against Paul Hogan, and Henry caught up with Crocodile Dundee a little earlier on.
Paul, welcome back to the Super Series. It's your third time now here in Portsmouth. It's becoming a bit of a regular occurrence now.
Yeah, I always seem to do well on Thursday and Friday and get to finals night, but I'm just not producing it in the finals, and I can't put a finger on it. Don't know.
It's interesting because it's still an evening session. It's because all three sessions are all 10 o'clock in the evening. Is it possibly that added element maybe of the final, things like that?
I don't know. I was confident, and I just felt nothing there. No adrenaline, what I usually have. But you know I've got the ability, and if I play my A game, I can beat anybody. But you know, I've just got to produce it.
Well, it's a new start, fresh group tonight, and it's a tough group, and a lot of legends on the show this evening, and of course we've got to count you in that.
Yeah, I mean, Colin, I've played Colin a few times. I played Matt and Mike. I mean, yes, it's a tough group, so hopefully I can do well tonight.
Fingers crossed. Paul, good luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Cheers.
So Paul Hogan looking for a strong start. As he said, he has done well on Thursdays and Fridays here, and we're hoping for another tilt at Saturday night. He takes on Dave Prins. The pair met on the Challenge Tour a year ago in the PDC. It was a close run thing then, with Prins winning 5-4. It's a race to 4 here at the Super Series, and without further ado, we'll get the action underway with Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Entertainment here at the MODUS Super Series on Thursday. It's the beginning of Group B, and we see Crocodile Dundee in action. Paul Hogan, the man from Basingstoke, Free BDO World Championship quarter-finals to his name. He takes on the Badger, Dave Prins. Proud Sunderland fan. 6 World Championship appearances for the Badger, and perhaps outside of Kevin Painter, I was saying to the Sporty Stuff TV team during the Greyhound racing coverage that he was probably the standout player outside Painter this week, with some of the performances he put in on a consistent basis.
Yeah, he certainly found a level, didn't he? I was actually probably out of the players that are coming through from Group A. I think Matt Clark was probably the one for me, which is why he's gone up to be the favourite. But yeah, they've all got question marks. They've all got things to answer. And we'll get some of those answers pretty quick as this
45
first round of fixtures gets underway. But what was Henry's highlights today, actually? We've not gone over there. We'll get them in nice and early.
Let's get them in nice and early, because one of them comes in this first game, and that is Dave Prins to beat Paul Hogan at 6-5. Then I've got Matt Clark, most 180s, against Colin Monk at 6-4. Then I've got Hogan to get the better of Clark at evens. And then I always like to do a group winner bet on a Thursday night. And I've gone Dave Prins at 4-1.
100.
Edgar's assessment?
I'm not sure Prins to beat Hogan. Not sure on the group winner.
Just not sure about any of it, are you?
177.
Yeah, a bit uncertain on that, but he did land a big one last week. Henry's highlights going to give you that one. 24-1 winner. You tuned into Sporty Stuff TV
45.
during the Greyhound coverage to get Henry's highlights.
And may I say how nice it is to be back, sat down with you in the commentary box.
Can't say the same.
60.
So we're starting early on that as well.
One thing Paul Hogan's not starting early on is that level of performance.
83.
that
David
we've
Carr,
seen and expected of him
164.
over time. We expect him to sort of average around the 85 when all's said and done, and we put all things together and say he's played his 8 matches. We expect him to be around the 85 mark.
100.
Prins coming out the tracks quite strongly here at the start, leaving 64 after 12. Hogan back on 228, but he's not going to be for much longer, is he?
180.
Not for long at all.
David Carr, 64.
So Prins, for an opening leg break, wants 64. And this time it is going to be under pressure. And so he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at 88.
48.
2 more front darts, but not quite there. And so Hogan, courtesy of that max, has afforded himself 2 darts at
Getting
double
shot on the
16. He
first flag.
only
Paul
needs to take the
Hogan.
1. And so Paul Hogan, in a leg that for the vast majority of he was second best in, has taken it to lead Dave Prins 1-0. It was a holder throw, but it felt
Second
like a
leg
break.
Dave to throw first. Game on.
What did we say all week about the Group A winner, Kevin Painter? Timing. You don't have to win every moment, you just have to win the key ones.
39.
Paul Hogan, like you said, lost most of the moments in that one, but he won the key ones, the 180, and then they both had 2 darts at the double. Hogan pinned his, Prins didn't.
45.
Key moments went the way of Hogan, but he doesn't seem settled up there. Doesn't seem happy. You're winning, Paul.
It's interesting when I spoke to him earlier on this evening that
59.
he said right from the get-go in that interview that he always feels like he's got to get something right on the Saturday night. And he said that about me and
60.
talking about it at first. And a bit like Kevin Painter at the start of the week, it feels like he's coming in here with a point to prove almost to himself that he can work his way through a week, because he seems to always qualify for
98.
Saturday night, but once he gets there, it's finding that extra formula.
I feel like it's a different equation, a different formula to the Kevin Painter conversation, because actually Kevin Painter was the opposite.
58.
His conversation was, I don't get through to Saturday. I should be getting to Saturdays. I'm going to do everything I can to get there. The Paul Hogan conversation was talking about Saturday. You've got to get there first. Got to get through this group. This is not going to be anything less than
134.
stormy waters. There's going to be some challenges ahead here. We cannot overlook this group. Paul Hogan's vastly experienced. He's not going to overlook anybody. He knows what
60.
these players are capable of. He's travelled around the world with these guys for the past 20, 30 years. But he looks very detached, doesn't he, at the minute?
41.
So Hogan's getting better as the legs
David
going
Carr,
along
130.
so far. So Prins here, 6 on 130 to level this game back up. Just having a glance at the scoreboard. I think that was in the treble bed. It
90.
was in the treble bed just because he's gone for the 10 there to leave Tots back on 178 is Hogan.
58. David Carr, 40.
Just kiss the barrel there. He's got quite these chunky barrels, so they can give a bit more sizable deflection.
20. Paul
Paul
Carr,
Hogan
120.
Got a chance to steal. He's been a bit detached, a bit despondent. He could be 2-0 up.
80. David
And
Carr,
we're for a
20.
while away from doing exactly that. So Prins back for a level game. Wanting double 10. He's missed 5 darts at double so far in this match. But he
Game
will
shot on the
not
second
make it a
leg.
6th.
Dave
And
Prins.
the Badger levels us up at 1 apiece. Which gives us an opportunity to play a little bit of a game, Matthew Edgar.
Okay. I'm
They'd like Paul to throw first. Game
I'm
on.
interested. I'll play along.
I'll be honest, you didn't really have much of a choice, did you? I kind of threw you under the bus there. Well, we have got Crocodile Dundee up against
87.
the Badger. Let's try and find and think out as many animal-related dancing nicknames as we possibly can.
Nathan Aspinall.
The Asp.
60.
Mark Webster.
Obviously, Johnny Clayton, the Ferret.
85.
Yella Klassen.
I mean, we do a disservice if we miss out Martin Adams and Wolfie. The most famous animal
There's
nickname,
loads, isn't
probably.
there, actually? Jeffrey does one.
The Cobra. Yeah, Cobra in his
60.
own right. The Fen Tiger. Peter Everson.
99.
Like the crocodile is starting to find his bite here. Paul Hogan. The outcome's looking better, but the process doesn't look too happy. The darts are starting to land a bit better. They're landing in the trebles. He's getting the scores. But this, to me, there's one of two stories. He was either practicing really well in the practice room, and he's coming up here thinking, why has it gone this
42.
way? Or he's just not felt right all night, and he's gone up there, and it's like, oh, more of the same. I was hoping when they said game on, I'd just start finding. Because there are a lot of players that really play very poor in practice. And then as soon as the game starts, in they go.
99. $44. David Carr 148.
But all players will play 4 matches this evening. It's a long shift for our players.
40. Paul Carr
Hogan here, 144 for Ruth Fraser. Another one of them. Would have left double the 12.
90. David Carr 108.
You pick on your route on this one. There are many different formulas. Choosing the Shangas on the 18s. 104 left, still can be done. He needs the treble 18 this time. They are 2 bad darts. He is offering encouragement. He is offering hope to
24.
Paul Hogan.
Paul Carr 54.
He doesn't often need that much encouragement.
Loves this part of the board.
18. David Carr 84.
We'll be having a word with that double 18 now because it presents Prins with the opportunity for the break of throw and 2-1 now with this 84. Finding a single number at the minute has been a bit of a difficulty for Dave Prins.
And how often do we see this happen and then they just go pop, pop with the treble and the double? Hogan will return
28.
to hold his
Paul
throw,
Carr 36.
to retake the lead. Nothing seems to be going for Paul Hogan
18.
at the minute.
David Carr 56.
He's making a mess of this. 24 darts Paul Hogan's had here to hold his throw. An opportunity you don't tend to expect against a player with the quality of Dave Prins. Hogan, the back of the stage, just shaking his head. He is not settled. He is not happy up there, and Dave Prins picks his pocket. And if Hogan doesn't wake up quick in this one, the first leg of Henry's highlights will be landed.
I'm sure to quite the fanfare.
96.
Landed 24-1. Have I told you about that yet?
40.
Sometimes it just won't go. And all he's doing right now is just showing Dave Prins that he knows it won't go. All of the shaking of the head is happening in front of Dave
60.
Prins' eyes. You're just giving him encouragement, giving him hope.
Because psychologically, you're telling him, I'm not here. And pretty much what you're giving off the impression is, I'm there for the taking. You might as well just try and finish me off. But that could be the mental way that the other player can look at it. But in Group B, when you've got a shorter turnaround between matches, it's harder to kind
60.
of go to the back room and then try and get yourself back up to the sort of mental state you need to be in to then bounce back next time round.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't want to be there right now. He wants to be off of there. And
82.
the longer it goes, the more you stop caring about the result and you just want to get out of the situation. You want to get out of that cauldron that is that cambered pit around the dartboard down there.
And what is it like in that scenario
99.
when you, I suppose it's just a case of you wanting the ground to swallow you up?
Yeah, you just want it done. You get to a point where you're almost encouraging your opponent to hit things so you can get out of there quicker.
100.
The beauty of this, though, is it's such a short format that if he can just find something, give himself a little bit of encouragement, it does not take much to turn this around and get it done with. You don't need to be brilliant. You just need to be able to be brilliant for about 15 to 18 consecutive darts spanning across
36.
a couple of legs. Because let's be honest, Dave Prins isn't exactly playing world-beating darts at the moment.
Waiting for someone to settle and set the tone, aren't we?
100. David Carr, 150.
I think the tone of this game is there's going to be opportunities. Some will be given, some will be made. Hogan got a chance to make his own opportunity and level this one up with a 98 finish.
Paul Carr,
Be
98.
the biggest finish of the match. 2 19s.
Game shown
Welcome
the
is Steve Brown.
140.
Steve Brown of Bristol, the chairman of the JDC, multiple-time tour card holder, because he just so vibrant in confidence. The way he carries himself, the way he walks around.
41.
And I remember having a chat with him in the minibus when we was in Germany, going back to the airport, and I'd played him that day, and I said to him, I says, you're horrible to play because
60.
you just give off this vibe of confidence. He goes, oh, I wasn't confident. He goes, I was feeling it, sort of. But I said, but that's not how it comes across. That's not how you play. You play like a guy who's full of confidence, and at that, you never feel at ease.
95.
And is it about having then that arrogance, but not an arrogance in a horrible way, but arrogance enough to say to your opponent, well, yeah, I'm feeling it, so you're going to have to play well to beat me.
59.
You have to have. It's a solo sport. You can use words like arrogance, but it's competitive. You know, you hear people say, "Oh, that person's a bad
83.
loser."
Paul
But
Carr, 158.
you show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser.
And if I show you a 158, we're not going to see
68.
it on this occasion from Paul Hogan. And that's just been kind of the issue with Prins. That first dart's just been dipping below the treble bed, and because his
58. Paul
darts
Carr, 90.
stand up to attention, it's hard for him to kind of find a lie either side. Now that's a fantastic dart for Hogan. Gives himself
shot on the
2
fifth
darts
leg.
at his
Paul
favourite
Hogan.
double 18. Only needs the 1 to open up a 3-2 lead over the Badger, and he's 1 away from victory in his first match of the week.
The finishing is
Looks
what's
like
really
Dave to
digging
throw
Paul
first.
Hogan out
Game
here.
on.
The 48 in 2, the 98 in 2, the 90 in 2. Nice checkouts from Paul Hogan. Now, what are you going to do when you feel like this?
77.
Like Paul Hogan does, a little bit despondent, knowing the overall performance isn't there. Take the bits that have gone well, take the bits that are going well, and use those. Build on those.
140.
Despite those missed doubles, he's still running there 3 from 9. That is 33%. That's where you need to be in the Super Series to be competitive.
And also, it has to be said, over the last couple of legs, he's upped his average considerably.
26.
Oh, yeah, he was nowhere near, was he, at one point, and completely despondent. And now it's Davy Prins who's really struggling here, and Hogan can get this
60.
one wrapped up with a breaker throw. When
59.
you're not hitting, and then you get the darts right on the wire, it can start to get discouraging. It can start to get frustrating. And you feel like Dave Prins is starting to get to
97.
that point. After 9 darts thrown, he's 130 points behind.
$83.
And this is what a good player does. Don't have to play at your best, but you just find a way of carving out a victory by hook and by crook. And it looks like this is what Paul Hogan is about to
60.
eke out here in the opening game of the night. Prins with work to do here. Back on 2-5-6. Remember, it was his throw at the beginning of the leg.
100. Paul, your car 144.
144 for Crocodile Dundee. So Prins may need to
60.
pin
Dave,
the
your car
156 to
156.
keep his hopes alive.
Well, one thing we know about Paul Hogan, he likes these combination shots, so Dave Prins might feel that this is a must. Just not happening here for either. This will
11.
get better as the night goes
Paul
on, I
Hogan,
can guarantee
84.
you that. That's one thing I can assure you of. These two will not continue in this vein. But this game may not be continuing for much longer.
60. Dave, your car 145.
Well, this would be inspired. And somewhat against the passage of play in this game. Not going to go. Hogan back for double 12.
90. Paul, your car 24. Game shot in the
Well,
match.
it wasn't
Paul
pretty,
Hogan.
but for one player, they're going to feel relief. 2 points. That is for Paul Hogan. Dave Prins needs to go reassess, rebuild. Got a long night ahead. He's got 3 more games still to come tonight, so plenty of opportunity for him to put that right. Paul Hogan gets away with one there, but gets 2 points on the board and starts his night perfectly in that vein. Colin Monk will be coming up next. He'll be taking on someone we've seen already this week, Matt Clark.
So Paul Hogan wins the first match of Thursday evening's action here at the MODUS Super Series. Let's just take a recap of the stats from that one. 4-2 success for Hogan in the end. Missed a few darts at double early on, but some real clutch finishing in the game saw him through against Dave Prins, including that high checkout of 98. So a good solid start for Hogan here on Thursday in Group B. Coming next, it's a meeting between Colin Monk and Matt Clark. Monk making his first appearance of the week. Clark's been in action all week already, having played in Group A, when he produced some good stuff, including this one. I thought we had a clip, 135, but it sounds like we haven't, so I'll just tell you what he did. He produced some decent stuff. Most of his matches actually went the distance. 4-3 for Matt Clark, 9 of his last 11 games going all 7 legs. So the man nicknamed Superman has been more like the marathon man this week so far. He takes on Colin Monk, who, well, he's hoping to be boosted by the news of his son, Aaron, getting his tour card at the PDC School earlier today. Let's hear from Monk Senior now.
Colin, welcome to the Super Series. First time here in Portsmouth. What's your first impressions on the venue?
Yep. Oh, I come down here when it was half being built, by quite honestly, with George Noble, and like the player just said there, Tom, it's very good, isn't it? It's a great setup. If you can't play darts on this, there's something seriously wrong.
Looking forward to the next couple of days?
I am, yeah. Got some great players to play against, and yeah, looking forward to it.
It's been a good day for the Monk family today. Obviously, your son, Aaron, winning a tour card, so I suppose you're going to have to keep up the family bragging rights tonight.
Yeah, I've had a few comments saying, you've got to do what your son's just done and play well. And, yeah, I'm well chuffed for him. Like we just spoke a bit earlier on before we come on here. I think he deserves to be there where he is, to be quite honest with you. And hopefully Dad can play a little bit like he did today. Has
this competition helped him over the last couple of years to get to Q-School and then win the tour card?
I think so, yeah. Once you're up here on the stage and all the cameras and all that, you start getting used to it, because some people can get camera shy and stage shy. So I think this has put him in good stead, really, for obviously qualifying for Q-School today.
Well, tonight you're the centre of attention. Is it about getting yourself through to Saturday night and maybe doing what Aaron didn't do and maybe get through to Champions Week? Yeah, like I just said earlier, some tough players there to play against tonight. So over the course of 2 days, if you finish in the top 3, then happy days. Well, I look forward to watching you play. Colin, good luck. Lovely, thank you very much.
So will it be a memorable darting day for both father and son in the Monk family? He faces Matt Clark in his opening match in Group B. Their first ever meeting was actually way back in 1999 in the final of the Canadian Open, no less. Clark won then. Who will win now? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Matt.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, what a day it's been for the Monk family, and many, many congratulations goes to Aaron for winning his PDC tour card, but it is all about the original Monk. Colin Monk is here at the MODUS Super Series, and he is here to play and he is here to win. He wouldn't be here for any other reason. He takes on Superman, Matt Clark, who we've seen in Group A this week on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. But what are we expecting from Colin, the former World Masters champ?
At the moment, I have no preset expectations of what to see from Colin Monk. We can see that he's had tournaments this year. He's actually won quite a few games playing on that seniors tour. One of them actually played Paul Hogan.
First leg is Colin to throw first.
That one, but it's been varied. We've got a sort of mid-75, a few 90s in there. So he's certainly got some of that retained ability. And I guess we'll know more by the end of this game. But the interesting thing there was he said that some people can go a bit camera shy in front of the cameras. That's something that we can't really say about any of the Monk family, can we? Both him and his son Aaron. But when we look at the WDF, 2-time semi-finalist in the World Championship there. So that doesn't strike you as a man who is camera shy. Many, many appearances dating back to 1994. Semi-final in 98 and 2002. The World Masters champion in 96. Played 4 times in the PDC World Championship. World Match Play, UK Open quarter-finalist. So he's absolutely riddled with pedigree. However, interesting stats that I'm not sure that I would have believed if you would have told me this one. Out of his 4 PDC World Championship appearances, sorry Colin, If you watch this back, he didn't win a set. Lost 3-0 to the Pie Man, 3-0 to Pearl Larson, 3-0 to Dennis Ovens, 3-0 to the Power.
140.
Make sure you speak to Matt about that and not me, because it was the Edgar that dished that out live on air.
I read it off your script, though.
140. Colin Monk 121.
1-2-1 for Monk. That was naughty.
41.
This has been naughty darts, really, from Colin Monk. Camera shy, there is none. 2 140s in the opening leg. Ask questions of the man who actually was favourite to win this group before the off.
80.
Matt Clark. His tops just goes to the right just to open up the bed.
50.
Over pictures
Might
goes a bit too
require
far.
66.
A little look round. Doesn't like what he sees.
Quality first leg. Colin Monk's thrown 15 darts. He may not get another go, because Clark here is going to get the solitary dart at tops. Now, he does like to do this, where he just likes to set himself
46.
and make sure
Colin
everything
Monk
is
30.
perfected. A bit like Kevin Painter we saw earlier on in the week. So Colin Monk back for 30. Double 15 will be the target. Moves across, but not for the bed to aim at. And
Getting
finds
short
it
on
in the
the first
bottom
leg.
corner to
Colin Monk.
lead Matt Clark by a leg to 0. A good start from both players here. Setting their stalls out.
Singling Matt to throw first. Game on.
We spoke a bit this week, haven't we, about shirts? Look at that shirt of Colin Monk. Big fan of that. Big, big fan.
He's got a chimp on
100.
his shoulder.
I was trying to work a way in there so I could, but it's the monkey on the back, isn't it? Not on the shoulder.
Nearly had a max to his name.
It's his third 140 already. He's looking good. Matt Clark has got his hands full.
Are we adding the Mad Monk to the animal
100.
nicknames?
Yes.
Because we had a tweet from Lee Seymour. Remember, you can get in contact with us at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
60.
Got Bob Anderson, Limestone Cowboy, of course. The Silverback, Tony O'Shea, of course, legend of the game. Tony the Bear Newell.
He was here just before Christmas.
100.
Gone and been winning some more Opens since his time here at the Super Series.
What about Brian Woods? Pecker.
55. $130.
I've been waxing lyrical about the start that Colin Monk has had in this game. Matt Clark here averaging 101 after a leg and 12
60.
darts, and he's going to get
Mario Kart
6 and 71 to level up. And he's going to get 2, a double 10. Up for 5s now.
61.
They went inside. That would have been unnecessarily awkward with his opponent not on a finish. Gonna be on 1 now.
Doing a bit of mathematics.
100.
Work
Mario
out if there was
Kart
a
10.
favourable switch there. I don't think he liked the lie of that one. 2 5s.
Game shot on the second leg.
Hit.
Matt Clark.
Clark levels up the match. Good quality affair, this one. We said it's going to get better, and it's got better straight away.
Third leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
So do get in touch with your animal
16.
nicknames at MSS Darts. We've got plenty of them coming through on social media and through our gallery as well. Of course, Scotty Dog Mitchell, how could we forget the old former world champion, of course, one of our commentary colleagues here
59.
at the Super Series.
$140.
See the side on there to have a look at the difference in styles. You
59.
hear from this side shot that Colin Monk has a bit of a flick at that point of release with a hand. It's there. See how it flicks with the fingers. A lot of that's going to come down to the fact that he holds the dart so
100.
flat in the hand. So the journey of the dart should be an arc. So because the dart's flat in the hand, if he was to send that on an arc, it would probably not come back down again with the dart being flat. It would go in quite high. So what he has to do is he has to change the angle of the
100.
trajectory of the dart, and he does that. You'll see here with that bit of a flick at that point of release. So watch the wrist there. On that point of release, just that snap of the wrist. And that just compensates for the dart being flat, and
105.
that's why he can't get that full extension of the arm.
The players are knowing what they're going to have to do in this game. They're going to have to get legs won in 5 or 6 visits.
Colin
They're not
Monk
being
on
afforded
96.
anything more than that. Been a good standard. Double 18 to keep that trend going.
78. Mario Kart 143. $57. Colin Yorker 18.
Well, you said keeping trends going.
Game
We
shot
are
on the
trending.
third leg. Colin Monk.
All the throw for Monk. 16 dart leg. When you said what do we expect from Colin Monk, I expected
Fourth leg Matt to
steady,
throw
consistent,
first. Game
but
on.
this is beyond that. This is beyond steady and consistent. This is quality. This is settling in nice and easy. Camera shy was the word he used. He said, you don't want to get camera
100.
shy. He's not camera shy. He's putting on a show. Just looks so likely, doesn't he?
100.
It just feels like today, the reset to 0 for the players who play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, plus the players that come in pressing. It just feels like the standard has gone up quite dramatically, actually, to some of the games we saw earlier on in the week.
99.
It's as if the fresh start of 0 points has actually helped everyone in the end. Kevin Payton running away, such a victor in the group that
100.
when everything was done as early as it was yesterday, the adrenaline wasn't there for the players towards the end. It's just a natural reaction in sport. And so having that reset, it's just giving them an extra bit of venom.
57.
Just been sent another one here by Taylor, who's our scalper, does an excellent job at the Super Series. He's saying Graham Stoddard,
99.
the Toon Shark.
Just having a look at the history of Colin Monk when he played in the BDO World Championships over at
93.
Lakeside. He played in it 11 times. But the amount of times that he had repeat people that beat him, repeat conquerors. Barneveld beat him twice, 95 and 98. Andy Fordham beat him twice, 96 and 99. Mervyn King beat him twice. That was back-to-back in 02 and 03 in a semi-final and a quarter-final. He probably hated Mervyn King in 2002 and 2003.
$44. Colin your car 117.
Well, this is for a break. You wouldn't put it past him either. Well, you will now.
$45. Matt your car 108.
Square this game up and to keep the trend of legs being won between 5 and 6 visits. Yes, that's ideal for him to leave double 16, to get double 16 for ton topper for Matt Clark. The first ton plus checkout that we have seen in this particular match. Two apiece, really, really good encounter this, and you cannot split the pair.
I've got to say it again. We are trending. The trend continues.
100. $100.
Now, the rest of the players will be watching this in the practice room. Hogan and Prins already on the hockey. And you could tell that both players at points were going through the motions. What statement are both of these sending to the rest of the field
45.
right now? The quality that they're serving up here.
At this point of the night, if I'm in that practice room, I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm not really interested at this point of the night, because at this point of the night, it's still in your hands. Still, you are in control. You haven't been beaten yet,
60.
other than Dave Prins, but he'll know that there's plenty of opportunity to put that right. There is no panic, there's no worrying what other people are doing. Just because someone's playing well in this game doesn't mean they're going to play well against you. And at this point, you don't really watch.
100.
It's normally about the end of the night or the mid part of tomorrow. If you're not clear and top of the table, that's when you start having a... You can't help yourself. You just have a little gander over, you see what's happening. You want certain results to go certain ways. Inside, you're cheering on different people. Unless you're Robert Rickwood, he'll quite happily cheer a different player on if it benefits him. He'll stand there all day. And there was one where
70.
Robert stood at the door and he's shaking their hand, said, all the best, have a good one. And then as soon as it started, he ran straight up to the screen. He's like, come on. It's like, you've just been wishing him all the best. But I love that. Absolutely love that. That's why Robert Rickwood's so great.
He can't spake.
43.
If you ever get a chance to spend a bit of time with Robert Rickwood, it's worthwhile. It'll cost you because he's never going to get around in, but it'll be fun.
He was the first person to try and put me up for an interview when out. He literally 5 seconds. I was getting the count in my ear to do an interview live up on the balcony. And he's gone, I can't speak. And I'm trying to hold it. Martin Adams actually did something quite likewise early on today. He was great company up on the balcony was Wolfie. Anyway, Colin Monk here, 63 for 3-2 lead. Put himself one away from a first win on this stage here in Portsmouth. Gonna get a dart. And it's going to be a double 16.
31.
Doesn't go. Well, if we're going to keep the trend trendy, this 130 has to go for Clark.
He took out a Tumpler shot in the last. It was 108. Treble 20 will give him a poke at the ball. Got choices now. Might utilise the ball to leave him a 2-dart, or he might go straight for the
58.
trebles.
Colin your car 32.
Keep the holds of throw going. That'll be the new trend.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Colin Monk.
Good performance from Monk. It's a good day for the Monks. Son Aaron winning
6th leg match to throw
PDC
first.
Tour
Game
card.
on.
Not for the first time as well. He's come through that Q school a couple of times now as Aaron. Did spend a bit of time last year on the WDF circuit.
What's going on here? What's going on here? Don't know what's going on, but they found something quite funny.
And that's experience there for Matt Clark. Didn't just carry on. He's gone away, had a sip of his water, reset. Don't just get involved in a situation that feels like it's just slipping away from control. Bring it
57.
back into your control.
A less experienced player would have just got on with it, went rat-a-tat-tat, probably got a 45 or something, and then they would have gone to the back of the hockey and cursed themselves.
100. $135.
And he throws with that little bit extra pace. Seems to work. Seems to be a bit more benefit there for Matt Clark. Just that little bit more zip in the arm.
100.
But if Colin Monk can keep this going, you got to think he's going to be upsetting the odds a little bit tonight. He was the second biggest outsider of this, 11 to 1 to win this group, 33 to 1 to win the week.
99.
To win this match, despite the fact he had the darts, the bookies had him at 2 to 1. I don't think you'll be getting that again on Colin Monk on the basis of this.
And was that because they didn't know where
40.
he was full go? Because we haven't actually seen him here at the Super Series for a while.
He has been playing a bit on the seniors tour. A little bit last year on there. You'd have to think that he's going to be one of the people that's going to be going to Reading in a couple of weeks to take part in the Seniors World Darts Championship qualifier
140.
over the weekend of the 27th to 29th of January. He actually beat Richie Howson last year. Michael Huntley. Two players that we've seen do very well here. Went down to Colin Monk, Prakash Jiwa, who's doing well over at Q School at the moment.
100.
Also
Matt
qualified
Car 70.
through the Indian qualifier for a spot at the Alexandra Palace recently.
To send us all the way. 2 darts at 88. Now 4s. Monk back on 161. Well, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's going on here, but there's obviously something that's just unsettling Matt a little bit. It's definitely not anything to do with Colin at all. Otherwise, I think we would have known if that was the case.
62.
But obviously, something's
Colin
unsettled him here.
161.
Well, nothing would unsettle him more than if Colin Monk takes out this 161 for the match, which isn't going to happen this time. And so, Superman to the rescue, trying to find double forward to take us to the distance.
99. Matt, you require 8.
Everything's gone with throws so far.
Game shot on the
That
6th
pattern of
leg.
play
Matt Clark.
continues. This is going to be a 4-3 success for Colin Monk, but Matt Clark is going to make sure he has more than enough of a say about that. It's a one-leg shootout for the first 2 points of the day for these two.
7th and final leg. Colin to throw first. Game on.
So Monk with the darts in the final leg.
45.
Everything has gone with throw so far in this match. Coming up after this, we're going to see Mike Norton on debut. The last player we haven't seen so far tonight. Going to take on Paul Hogan, fresh at the back of a 4-2 win against
57.
Dave Prins in the game's opening encounter. Well, we're going to have a look here from the overhead angle of the entry to the board of the dart.
100.
Come on, there, a little bit of a kick up, but nothing too pronounced. What you call probably a normal entry to the board.
Yeah, there's nothing unusual about that. There's nothing really to report. It's quite standardised.
55.
The quirk of the throw comes obviously in that release point, that snap of the wrist.
100.
That's all you need, Colin. Don't get too flustered. Treble a time should be fine. Matt Clark not found a treble yet in this leg.
You ask and you shall receive, Matthew
99.
Ricker.
Does have a good little cushion here. He's just got to keep finding that. And that first dart again for Colin Monk. So good.
100.
Mike Clark needs 2. Needs another.
85. Colin, your car
Offers
156.
encouragement. It offers hope. It allows Colin Monk to see the finishing line.
40.
Slow walk, a puff of the cheeks. He knows that might have been an opportunity. Just straight darts would have left him a 2-darter. Straight darts would have left him on that 96. Instead, Matt Clark is going to leave something handy.
165.
Something very handy.
Colin, your car 116.
We'll talk about the moments. Is that the biggest moment of this match?
Monk needs the house and how quickly a game can change. And a deciding leg, and Clark is going to get free at tops.
60. Mark your car 40.
Just slowly unravelled in the final leg for Colin Monk, and so Matt Clark now at the oche, staring down tops for the win. Double 10.
Game shot of
And
the
double
match.
10 it
Matt
is
Clark.
for Matt Clark to seal a 4-3 success against Colin Monk in a high-quality encounter. An 85 average for Clark, 83.5 for Colin Monk. It was a 4-3 success for Superman there against the Mad Monk. But that was an impressive performance from him. I'm sure if he keeps playing to that level, we'll see him in the winners' enclosure on a fair few occasions. That is for sure. Well, that is game 2 of our evening complete. Let's get into game 3 after this short break when we see Iron Mike Norton, up against Paul Hogan.
Welcome back. So that's another last leg decider for Matt Clark. 10 of his last 12 matches now have gone the distance. And on that occasion, he gets the victory. 4-3 against Colin Monk, who you could see was frustrated at the back of the stage there as Clark went out to win the match. A 108 checkout in there for Clark as well. Both players hitting a third of their double attempts, but it is Superman who gets off to a super start by taking the points in that one. Right, we're going to see the final player of the 5 in action in this group next as Mike Norton makes his debut here at the Super Series. He's taking on Paul Hogan, who's already won a match so far tonight. He won the opener against Dave Prins, taking out checkouts of 90, the one you can see on your screen right now, and 98 in that game as he went on to win the match by 4 legs to 2. He faces Norton, perhaps best known for that run at the UK Open a few years ago when he missed darts to beat the great 5-time world champion Raymond van Barneveld. But we'll hear a little more about him from the man himself. He caught up with Henry earlier this evening.
Mike, welcome to the Super Series. What's your first impressions?
Well, I've had about 10 throws and it's an absolutely fantastic throw. That's my first impression. Obviously, it'd be great if there was a big crowd here, but unfortunately not tonight. But yeah, it's very good setup. Marvellous.
Of course, the crowd will be here on Saturday, and that's obviously the objective for all the players in Group B. But first off, just a little bit about yourself for the viewers at home, where you've been playing, things like that.
Well, I'm chairman of the West of England county squad, as everybody knows. I played Bristol Super League with the likes of Steve Brown and Mark Durbridge and Bob Anderson's my best mate. I play with him twice a week. And I obviously enter loads of competitions, but I'm a bit injured at the minute, but I'm giving it a go for the last couple of weeks, and then I'm in for back surgery, so I'm going to rest after this.
You're looking forward to the experience here?
Can't wait.
And of course, as I say, obviously Group B is a tough group because you've got good players in it, but you've also got that 3 from 5 element. Is it looking at getting through to Saturday, or is it one game at a time for you this week?
Absolutely not. No, I'm definitely looking forward to Saturday. I'm here to do well. I'm not here to make the numbers up. There's a very strong field. I know all the players. I've played them all, I think, apart from Mr. Monk. So I'm very confident.
Well, we love that confidence, and we look forward to seeing you play. Mike, good luck.
Thank you very much, Henry.
Interesting insight into Mike's mindset. They're not the bog standard one game at a time answer. He's certainly got the Iron Mike mentality and is here to win. Paul Hogan, of course, has already won tonight. Can he double up? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Mike Norton on your screen now, getting his first game underway, and after this you'd have seen everybody this week that is to see. So by the end of this game we would have seen the champion of week 10, Mike Norton, looking like he wants to be that winner. Iron Mike, the 59-year-old from Weston-super-Mare, that career best there, the UK Open second round, that was in 2018. And if you was a follower of the UK Open and PDC Dutch, you may remember that was quite an iconic year. That was the year of the Beast of the East. The snow came, the blizzards came, and it actually shut down the main room, and it was all played behind closed doors. The main stage was moved to Stage 2, and that's where Iron Mike took on Raymond van Barneveld in the second round.
First leg is Mike to throw first.
Gave an almighty scare in that one. Norton went 5-3 up in that match. He missed 3 match darts, one at the 12s, one at the 6s, one at the 3s. He then got another 3 match darts, where he missed those at the tops. And then against the throw, he got himself down to tops after 12 darts, and Barneveld took out 112 finish.
100.
It was the moment that could have been there for Mike Norton. But he played well in the qualifiers. The qualifiers in those days, it wasn't just all tour card holders come in. There was a series of UK Open qualifying events for which he actually beat Adrian Lewis, Joe Cullen, many others along the way.
Yeah, quite the cast list of names, that.
100.
And you said, obviously, that UK Open 2018 played on the main stage, and that was behind closed doors. So this is kind of a similar environment today and tomorrow to what that would have been like.
Oh, absolutely. He played so well in that game as well. I was just watching it while I was having a spot of dinner in the commentary box.
I was going to say, did you enjoy your dinner?
Did, loved it. Paul Hogan's loving this though, isn't he? Look how much better Paul Hogan looks in this game.
99. Mario Kart 80.
Good start, good standard. We said it's going to get better. We knew it was going to get better. Paul Hogan doesn't stay like that for long. That's the ball.
55.
Would have been a way to introduce yourself to the
102.
Super Series. Up against a man who's got lots of Super Series experience. Or should I just say a man who's got lots of experience?
Mario
Why
Kart
single out the
25.
Super Series?
Double 8.
Game
To
shown the
take
first leg.
the
Mike
opening leg.
Norton.
Welcome to the Super Series, Mike Norton. There's your opening leg on the board. Round 1 to Iron Mike.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
Well, when you spoke to him earlier, he had 10 throws on the stage, and he's quite happy with that. He's now had 6 throws in this match, and he'll be very happy with that. He's got the opening leg.
140.
But this is the Paul Hogan we expected to see.
What
100.
struck me with Mike is he seems to be the sort of person that knows every single microscopic part of their game inside and out.
36.
It doesn't seem to be any stone left unturned.
It's working out well for him here.
100.
Just looking at that angle of entry. We'll have a look at it again in a second, but you saw that first dart there. It enters the board almost side on.
60.
Yeah, it does kick to the right a little bit, and this isn't just something in this game. That game with Barneveld in 2018, it was one of the first things I'd noticed about the throw there. Just kicks over to the side a bit,
54.
just blocks it off. He moves to the left.
$171.
Brilliant darts from Hogan. Good cover shooting. Was the right shot to play in the 19s from the 265, and he uses it absolutely perfectly. Already looking
83.
a million times
Paul
better
Lucan,
than when he
94.
played Dave Prins in our opener.
$34. Mario Kart 164.
Well, we've already seen some great stuff from Mike, but we're not going to see a 164. We've seen that this week from Mike Symes.
100. Paul Lucan 60.
Hogan here to level things up. There's 2 darts at tops. Slips the other side to double 15.
Shot on the second leg. Paul Hogan.
Well, that's the only way to go for 60, isn't it?
Well, it was effective.
Third leg, Mike to throw first. Game
That's all
on.
that will matter here for Paul Hogan, who looked despondent in his opening game, looked so detached because the level of performance just wasn't there.
60.
He just didn't feel right, where you can see here that he's actually encouraged, he's aggressive, he's attacking, he's expectant, he's delivering.
180. $82.
There's always a point in a game when you play a player like Paul Hogan that they hit a bit of a purple patch.
100.
They hit that string of 15 darts, 18 darts. You just got to ride it out. Got to make sure in that situation either you don't get your throw broken or that you don't find yourself sort of 2 legs
119.
behind. Like trying to resist the move.
100. $81. Paul Lucan 121.
Well, he's got the luxury of time. Doesn't have to go for the ball. Well, he's had a glance at Norton's score. He's seen he's on 159. He did consider it for a second, didn't he? He had the glint in his eye. He still had the glint in his eye.
87.
Was it the right play?
I would have been on 18s there. I wouldn't be Yeah, he knows. He got a bit greedy. He fancied the 12.
99, Paul Lucar 34.
If he takes this, we smile and say, okay. If he misses this and loses the leg, we say, what a
Game
silly
shown
move
the
that was
third
from
leg,
Paul
Paul
Hogan.
Hogan.
But he gets himself out of trouble there. He knows. He's letting us know. He's very aware. That's what he's signalling to. We'll give him that one.
Fourth leg, Paul to through first.
We
Game
talk
on.
about the UK Open. Actually, Paul Hogan, last 16 on a couple of occasions. One of them was that 2018. Just looking here at the
100.
event, he lost 10-9 to Gerwin Price in the 5th round. Price averaged 101 and squeezed through 10-9.
100.
Hogan beat Jeffrey Deswan, who averaged 100 in the 4th round.
140.
Paul Nicholson beat him in round 3, 10 legs to 6.
43.
There's some sizable victories there for Paul Hogan.
And Paul Nicholson.
85.
Also noticed in this event, actually, there was a good run from someone else who's here today. Another
95.
Good run to in the UK Open that year. Actually lost 10-7 to Steve West. I can remember that game because he hit 2 170 finishes.
140.
Martin Adams didn't play in the UK Open that year, did he?
I'll give you an even bigger clue. It's someone who's on commentary.
Well, I've never played in the UK Open, so...
Paul Lucar 36.
For a 13-dart leg. To back
Game
up the
shot on the fourth
14-dart leg.
Paul Hogan.
This is how you turn it around. Paul Hogan was despondent with his 76 average in the opening game. It looked laboured. It looked a struggle. It felt like it could have been a long night.
First, game on.
He's only had one game to put it right, and he has done it. Whatever he's done in the practice room, he knows how to draw the best.
What a difference a
60.
game makes.
Will Dave Prins suffer the same fate? Will he be able to rise it? He's going up against Colin Monk, and to be fair, on the basis of what we saw from
118.
Colin Monk, Dave Prins is going to have to raise it in that game. Colin Monk, with the odds compiler, is available at 2 to 1.
100.
It's fair to say we are seeing the best darts of the week here.
And he's throwing them
89.
like a guy who believes it as well. That first game, no. This game, he's playing with confidence, fluency, aggression. He just can't wait
100.
to get back to the hockey. When the first game, he couldn't wait to get off the stage.
$60.
In some sense, it could have actually helped. He only had the one game between the first and second match he's played this evening, where sometimes in the daytime session, you have a longer break, you may have time to stew it, where
140.
all Hogan could do was get on the practice board and then try again and then get back up here and try and correct the result from last time out.
98. Mario Kart 101.
We always say you need a B game. This is the A game of Paul Hogan. Mike Norton needs to get a foothold in this one. He's not playing bad. He's playing good
85.
darts.
Paul Lucar 136.
Average around about the 90 mark. He's just run into one here.
That would have been so typical of this Hogan performance.
$114. Mario Kart 16.
Left himself on double 11. He may be having a look at the scoreboard here, and I think he's realised that he's left himself on 22.
12.
And it may matter because
Paul Lucar
Norton's missed darts are
22.
double, and Hogan back for the match to seal an impressive victory. It's been the standout performance of the week so far,
18.
but it's not been rounded off
Mario Kart
yet.
4.
And so hope for Norton, who in his debut game is averaging 86.5. It's a good start from him. Up for the Madhouse, though, to keep his chances
2.
alive.
Paul Lucar 4.
Doesn't go.
You could see Paul Hogan at the back of the stage, living that moment, living the misses as they hit the wire.
No score.
He
Mario
was hoping
Kart
for
2.
the opportunity he didn't take, and Opportunity could have had to get this one wrapped up. Double one to keep us going.
Game shot on the fifth
Big
leg.
dart
Mike
there
Norton.
from Mike Norton. Big misses from Paul Hogan. He had 6 opportunities to wrap that one up. Mike Norton gets over the line in the end. Keeps Paul Hogan waiting.
Six leg Paul
How
to
does he
serve
react
first.
to that
Game
one?
on.
On the balance of play, deserved.
Oh, Mike Norton did not deserve to lose that match
85.
4-1, but at the same aspect, Paul Hogan played well enough to deserve to win it 4-1. So that all just came down to that moment, and whatever came out, you'd say it's probably fair.
100. 140.
That's his 5th 140 plus of the game. Norton's consistency as we take a first look this evening
100.
at the scoring power pack is here. Look at the ton plus column, 12 of them. Which is just keeping him
100.
interested amidst this Hogan barrage.
$60.
How will Hogan respond to the misses? How will he respond to the missed opportunity? Well, he doesn't respond, does he? He just
44.
carries on doing exactly what he was doing, which was finding some inspired darts.
Well, we saw a champagne Barry Bates
41.
earlier. We will be
Polio car
treated
132.
to a champagne finish. Not this time. But he is going to
52.
set up for the match with Norton back on 200. And so 80 for Paul Hogan upon his return to seal a 4-2 victory and to combat the 4-2 defeat he
44.
had
Polio car 80.
early on this evening today, Prins.
It'd actually be another victory for Paul Hogan because Paul Hogan actually beat Dave Prins.
40. Micro
first
car
one, 4 legs to 2.
156.
It would have been to put him on to 4 points. He wasn't happy with that performance though, Paul
45.
Hogan. It
Polio car
felt like
40.
a defeat when he came off the stage. But I want to get this done. He's already missed 6 darts. Make
30.
that
Micro
9.
car 111.
This would be for a last leg decider to pile the pressure on Hogan. He is going to get a dart at double 16,
95.
which moves
Polio
just
car
inside.
10.
And so Hogan, to get the job done, to get the game won, to cap off a good performance, wants double 5. He's eking closer.
Game shot
And
in
into
the
the
match,
bed
Paul
it is.
Hogan.
And Paul Hogan is a 4-2 winner against Mike Norton, who impressed on his Super Series debut. Hogan there with a much improved performance on that in his first game. The average is 84 and 79 respectively. That kind of dipped in the final leg, but before the kind of a barrage of missed doubles at the end of the 5th leg, we saw some fantastic scoring power from the pair. But it's Hogan who picks up the points. He's on the board. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Dave Prins is in action. He's looking to double up as he takes on Colin Monk.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, and Saturday nights here at the MODUS Super Series have an audience, live audience, and you could be here. Tickets available absolutely free via dartshop.tv. So head there, see the likes of Kevin Painter, probably Martin Adams as well, after he won all 5 of his games in today's daytime session. But back to tonight, and what we just saw was a second win of the evening for Paul Hogan, who will be hoping to be there once again on a Saturday night. He beat Mike Norton 4-2. Norton just missed a dart to force a last leg decider in that one. Played some decent stuff on his debut here, but Hogan eventually getting past the checkered flag. His 12th match dart, finding the target in that one. Coming next then, it is a meeting between Dave Prins and Colin Monk, both who lost their opening matches this evening. Prins has played all week here at the Super Series, and he played some good stuff in Group A, beat Kevin Painter twice actually, and has had some good finishing over the course of the last few days. 130 checkout to just exhibit that. Brilliant bullseye coming in from the man nicknamed the Badger. That against David Davis, who's back in action in tomorrow's morning session. But right now, for this pair, it's about getting their first points in Group B. So will it be Colin Monk or Dave Prins who gets off the mark? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chris. Yes. So this is the end of the second cycle of features, or roughly about by the end of this one. Well, Dave Prins defeated by Paul Hogan in his first match by 4 legs to 2, averaging 72. Colin Monk also defeated in his first match, but it was improved. It was a better performance from Monk in this in the first round of games. And looking at the way the odds compilers are seeing this, Matthew Egge, you think that there's value here in Colin Monk?
I think there is, on the basis of those first games. I think they've done this on the fact of Colin Monk's performances away from here, when, you know, he didn't play that great in his appearance at Lakeside, and the uncertainty about what was going to come. When you asked me at the very start, what do I expect to happen from the 55-year-old from Basingstoke, Colin Monk, I was like, I'm not sure. But now I feel a little bit more sure, and that first dart
First leg is
has
Dave
really
to throw
been
first.
impressive.
Game on.
For Colin Monk, he kept finding that one straight in the treble 20. Be interesting to see if he keeps that going. He's talked about the events and things he's played in. He's also got quite a lot of titles to his name over the years. That, when we were speaking earlier about longevity, Colin Monk would have to be one of those players in that sort of contention.
38.
1995, his first sort of professional title. That was the Denmark Open. 96, he won the German and the Norway. The British Open in 1998. And he actually set the tone in the Hampshire
45.
Open, an event that we've got another winner of that in Mike Symes, who won it in 2017. Colin Monk got his name on the trophy in 2003, 8 and 9. Back-to-back titles for him. Shows the history of how long the Hampshire Open's been running
58.
as well.
Paul Hogan, another player in this group, has won that particular competition as well. And there's a number of Opens, isn't there, across the country, which has been
55.
running for years upon years upon years. And
we're looking through some of the names on there. Scott Mitchell, Aaron Monk won his tour card today.
41.
World Championship runner-up, Kirk Shepherd. Les Wallace, former world champion. Ronnie Baxter. Maybe tomorrow morning we're going to have to chuck a little bit more credit onto Mike Symes coming away
60.
on that roll of honour.
Yorkshire's always been a thriving darting scene, hasn't it? And it's certainly, in the modern day, been a real darting hotbed. We've seen some fantastic
45.
players from around this area play at the Super Series. Chief among them, Chaz Barstow. He's been with us from the very start. He's won phases, he's won weeks, he's won pretty much everything to win in this competition, apart from the 20 grand top
140.
prize, of course.
Had a message here from Nathan Prins in relation to Dave, I would assume. He says, fully expect the old man to come out firing now that the first game is gone. The night shift should suit
95.
him. That's when badgers like to come out to play. Sort of feel the night shift suits a lot of players, really, doesn't it? Because traditionally, darts isn't a 9:30 in the
99.
morning sport. It's normally an evening played game, or more traditionally now as well, an afternoon. So you sort of feel that's going to suit Davy Prins. But we've also seen and experienced players that go from the morning
42.
shift to the evening
Colin
shift.
Monk,
Had that little bit of
102.
lag, that struggle, which last week I nicknamed dart lag, the darting version of jet lag, where you've got a massive gap between your games and just looking for something to do.
Game shot in the first leg.
102.
Colin Monk.
That's what Colin Monk wants to do. And he takes the opening leg. Dave Prins loses his throw at the first opportunity. That 2-1.
Second leg, Colin
Looks
to
like
through
incredible
first.
value
Game
all
on.
of a sudden.
I've just had a text.
What's this, Love Island?
I've been told that
85.
Aaron won the Hampshire Open with a set of borrowed darts and odd flip-flops.
$41.
Thank you, Mr. Bars, for that.
Was it Bars's flip-flops that he borrowed, was it?
Has Phil Bars got any shoes that aren't flip-flops?
140.
Again, Colin Monk. Good performance. He's here to play. You said earlier on you felt like he was here to win. He's playing winning darts, isn't he?
85.
Just after that slow start in the first leg, he's now up the levels over the last probably 7 or 8 visits.
But again, dart 1. Straight in the treble 20.
140.
He's a first dart merchant. He loves it.
We were doing some analytics after Colin's first game. 15 ton-plus scores, which was showing kind of what we were saying about
41.
that first dart being
Colin
plum
Monk,
in the treble bed. He'd love the first in this combination to be plum, as with the second, but it's not going to be this time. But Dave Prince is all the way back on 3-3-4. It's not happened for him really so far in this one.
96.
It's not happened for him tonight. Didn't happen for him in his opening game against Paul Hogan. Did show a little bit of signs of concern earlier on when I spoke to Chris Murphy, saying
83.
a week might be
Colin
too
Monk,
much for
40.
Dave Prins at the moment. And right now, the signs are pointing
Game
all
shot
in
on
that
the second
direction. And
leg.
Colin Monk is running. It's one-sided, isn't it? If this was a boxing match, they'd stop it.
Third leg, Dave to through first. Game on.
Average of 97 for Monk. 97 on the back of that 83, which actually, when you look back at that game, it was higher than 83. Again, it was just those missed doubles towards the end. It's kind of been the story of the matches we've seen
80.
so far tonight. Again, in the Hogan game, 84 and 79 isn't a reflection on the game. It was missed doubles in leg 5. The quality's been good. There's just been that odd leg where we've had a plethora of missed doubles.
59.
I'm not convinced about the way the
96.
darts are entering the ball for Dave Prince. They seem a bit loose.
Yeah, there's just a bit of extra lift in there, isn't there? Just the arm raising. Needs to throw towards the board rather than more upwards. Let the dart do the
137.
journey. He's trying to place them in. See there, he went right up onto his toes.
95.
Still in it. Still got a chance. Saw that with Paul Hogan in the opening game, didn't we? So far off the pace, but then just
85.
did enough. In this short format, no one really races away from you. It's never an unclimbable lead.
$55.
You'd normally say that was stubborn, but he didn't really have a choice on 230.
$50.
Ball management there from Colin to leave himself on the fish after 12. Well, this has been a better leg from Dave Prins.
$99. Colin your car 170.
Are we going late night fishing? Not in the Super Series lake.
If you're
100.
going to turn it
Dave,
around,
you've
it
got
has to start
76.
somewhere. No better time than this, Davy Prins. We're looking 16 for tops. Loves it here.
Game shot on the third leg. Dave Prins.
Positive. When nothing's been going well for you and your opponent's been running away with it, Colin Monk gives him a pat on the back. They both would have knew
Ball
the
flight
vibe
Colin
at
to
that
throw
point. They would have
first.
knew where that
Game
one
on.
was going. Colin Monk appreciative of the 76 there from Dave Prins. Interestingly, there's been 3 darts at the double so far, and all 3 have gone in.
97.
Well, Monk gave Prins a pat on the back. He may not be for
99.
much longer because suddenly after a struggle to start, Prins is beginning to find the range.
$60.
A nice dart there for Prins. I was going to say,
134.
when he's playing well, that's a 134, and it was a 134. All of a sudden, Dave Prins is making this into a match.
We head back to the game versus match analogy, which Matthew Edgar has
140.
perfectly coined this week.
$41.
But still, the scoring power of Monk is going to give him more opportunities. I know he's got the throw here.
$44.
When you look at the face of Colin Monk when he's throwing, he throws with such an aggression, but with a sense of control. He has the perfect balance of controlled aggression. It's
99. Colin
It's
your
nice
car
to see.
160.
He's not letting it get the better of him. He's got it all under wraps and he's channeling it. Channeling it very positive. You just know the first dart was going to go in, don't you? He's loving the first dart tonight. 80 left, so he's got choices.
95. David Carr 128.
This is all about the 18's first start. Because the treble 20 here would have left him a go at the bullseye. And so
56.
Monk now
Colin
to
your
open
car,
up a
65.
2-leg cushion, a 3-1 lead, and then 1 to the victory post. He wants 65. 25 would have left tops. That's in the single 10. So 15. Oh, the double 15. That was not what he wanted.
Notice how the second that went in the double
49,
15,
Dave
Dave Prince took a
72.
deep breath. That's because he was allowed to start his preparation. He started it early. He didn't have to wait for the last dart. He could start thinking of the 72. Going to try and leave tops. Going to try and leave that favourite of his.
52.
He
Colin
comes
Monk,
low.
16.
An opportunity to get this level. An opportunity to get that breaker throw back. Will he get more?
Well, Colin hasn't missed a dart at double in this match.
Game shot on
And
the
that
foreplay.
trend
Colin Monk.
continues here. A leg away from the win against Prins. And to get himself on the board, he's playing some fantastic
This
stuff
leg
tonight,
takes
is
his
Colin
first.
Monk.
Game on.
3-1 in front against the Badger. Who by night is looking to set himself alight and
60.
find that spark.
$60.
Got a bit of a free pass really in this leg. If he gets a shot at a double, great. If he doesn't, he's got the throw in the next. On the flip side, you're supporting Dave Prins, you think just one break as well.
140.
Hold, and then just one break. You can get your first points on the board. Both players have played once already. Both players have lost once already. So someone's going to be 0 from
100.
2 at the end of this one.
I suppose the most surprising thing for Prins would be the fact that he played so well on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He would have felt a kind of confidence, especially knowing that he hasn't played so much over recent months as he piles in the first max of the match. And that this has kind of come uncharacteristically.
60. David Carr 121.
On 2-1 to save it. With Monk all the way back on 2-8-1. He decided to go 25 first. Smart play.
81.
In all likelihood,
40. David
after
Carr
12 darts,
40.
Prince sets up tops, his favourite double. You're going to fancy him to take this one and extend this game. It could be one of those hold to throw ticked off. But they are a long way off. They are nowhere near. Just having to contemplate whether to go for the fives or to have the split. He can't decide. He busts.
No score.
I think he's done the right thing there.
He just couldn't decide, could he? And if you've got a favourite double and you can go back to it, you might as well.
100. David Carr 40.
And if this goes double five, this time he's going to have to go for it.
35.
Doesn't go. I was
Colin
going to say
Monk,
things may begin to change. Can
141.
Colin win it with a roof raiser? Oh, pick your route. Treble 19. For double 12 to win in style.
117.
Whip for a while away.
David
And
Carr
that's the first
5.
dart a double is missed in this match. Was that the 141? It was for the matches. Took a 100 plus finish. That was 102. Dave Prins has missed 6 already. Awkward. Has to move around it.
Game shot on the fifth
What
leg.
a last
David
start
Prins.
there from Dave Prins. Colin Monk was stalking at the back of the stage. He was eyeing up that double 12. He thought that could have been it. Thought the
6-leg Colin to throw
opportunity
first.
was
Game
going to
on.
present itself, and then last starting hand, Dave Prins gives himself a bit of hope. But if he is going to win this match, he has to break the throw of Colin Monk, which isn't going to be an easy task.
And
60.
suddenly we ask the question, is the tungsten tider turning?
$58.
Well, he's been presented chances, he's been presented opportunities. Not been able to take any of them as of yet.
100. $60.
Just had a message in from Richard North. Of course I have. We're talking about the Hampshire Open and Aaron Monk winning it, and we didn't mention Richard North. Got to the final. Aaron Monk beat
125.
Richard North in that final. The Hampshire Open. Richard, you lost to a man who didn't have his own darts or shoes.
Funny enough, he didn't mention that bit, did he, Richard?
95.
Although if he did win it, I don't think we would have heard the end of it. Anyway, evening, Richard. Hope you're well. No, he enjoys. One of those players that tunes in as well as playing it. Oh, Maximum to leave himself on a double. After 12 for Colin Monk to seal a 4-2 success. The average ticks above 90 once again.
140.
2 to 1.
Colin, your car 36.
These crazy odds. Might be about to land.
Game, shot, and the match. Colin Monk.
And Colin Monk gets his first win on the board, an average above 90. He's put in 2 strong showings so far, and he picks up the points that he so duly deserves for the performances he put in so far. Getting the better of Dave Prins by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Matt Clark is in action against Mike Norton.
So Monk is off the mark here at the Super Series. A decent display too by Colin to claim victory over Dave Prins in the match we saw before that short break. Averaging more than 90 there, 4 out of 6 on the doubles as well. It could have been 4 out of 4. He clipped the wire, didn't he, for the 1-4-1 that would have won him the match a little earlier on. We move into game 5 now this evening. Matt Clark and Mike Norton about to go head-to-head. Mixed fortunes for the pair of them so far. Clark beating Colin Monk. Of course, it was 4-3. Most of his matches have been this week. That was in the second match of the night, his first. Took out a nice 108 finish to tie up the tussle at 2-2 before going on to win it in a decider. Mike Norton losing out to the so far unbeaten Paul Hogan. So it is Matt versus Mike, and on the mic is Matt and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. He mentions there about the 4-3 scoreline. I think we've worked out they had 8 games out of his matches in Group A that actually went the 4-3 distance. Matt Clark, whether he wins or he loses, he likes to get his money's worth. He can play 7 legs on that stage. He wants to play 7 legs on that stage. Ideally, he'd only play 4. That's all he wants to do. He don't want to be losing any. Mike Norton will have different ideas, though. He played well in his opening game. It was just that last little exchange where they both was missing those doubles that really pulled those stats down. But he was running around about the sort of 85 mark for most of that game, and he was looking really sort of polished and composed. He managed to find 12 scores of 100, 2 scores of 140. Don't believe this one when you look at the odds and think 1-3. I don't think it's as a sure thing as that odds would suggest it is.
And as you say, he was kind of unlucky on debut, and he's ran into Paul Hogan, who was red hot. Put him what was at that point probably the performance of the night, and then that's been
26.
trounced by what Colin Monk achieved in that previous game against Dave Prins. We're having a look at what the odds compilers had to say before play got underway. And to win Group B,
94.
Colin Monk was 11-1, which tomorrow evening, when we're having a conversation sat here in the commentary box, could look very silly indeed.
It already does. He's looking far and above an 11-1.
100.
4th place position is what the bookies assumed he'd finish. Mike Norton finishing in last, they thought. I think they're going to get that completely wrong.
45.
Colin Monk and Paul Hogan, the 2 standout performers so far. Playing each other next. That's going to be a good one.
I think it's fair to say, and this is a tip we're going to give to you viewers at home, is
97.
to have a look at a bit of value for players who may be debutants and things that we may have not seen on the screen too many times before. Delve into places like Darts Oracle or places like that.
140.
Find their seasonal averages. Find their games. You can find all sorts of statistical information and research. And you may just find a gem from there. But remember, 18+, begambleaware.org. Because when you have a look at these weeks, we've got a lot of debutants who we haven't, or players we haven't seen for a while. If you delve in deep enough, there is value to be had on the markets.
58.
Yeah, we saw that last one, didn't we? Don't just follow the price. Price is not always right. The price was right for Colin Monk. 2-1, good value.
60.
I mean, essentially, you could say it's good value in the next. It's
164.
5-2 to beat Paul Hogan. Now, I think that's a much tighter game, but I think it's a tighter game than the odds have got it.
100. Mario Kart 123.
Paul Hogan, my prediction to win this group. Started off batting very well. Back-to-back victories. Matt Clark looking for back-to-back victories as well. He beat Colin Monk. Beat him in match number 2 of the evening.
76.
It was low on the
Mario
ball.
Kart 64.
For the double.
Game show.
4-1-0 lead at the break of throw for Mike Norton. And he really is playing impressively well on his debut. As he mentioned, unlucky in that opening game against Paul Hogan.
Through first.
But if he plays and flatlines around here, he has got some chance of making it through to Saturday night. Of that, there's no doubt.
100.
And already, I know we're kind of midway through the first night, so it can be a little bit difficult to gauge, but you're already kind of seeing a shift in patterns as to who the three may be, or have you got a couple of names now
29.
in mind that you think, I fancy them for Saturday?
Paul Hogan from the very start was my selection. I think on the basis of what we're seeing, if Colin Monk can
85.
keep anything like going what he's doing so far, he's going to be going through as well, which would mean one place would be left open. And on the passage of play at the moment, you'd say it would be a battle between the two players that are on your screen at the moment, Matt Clark
66.
and Mike Norton. Two players that was promoted from Group A. Matt Clark and Dave Prins are probably the two that are looking a little bit more vulnerable at this point in time.
140. $119. 40.
Just to get the sense here, the way Mike's playing, he could get this done in double quick time. Just looks as if he's got an air of authority in this match.
55. Mario Kart 136. $96.
He's going to tee up tops for a 2-0 lead. Clark all the way back on 2-3-2.
$100. Mario Kart
Big last
40.
start. But what will it count for? Double 10.
Green shot
In
of
it
the
goes,
second
and
leg.
Norton
Mike
opens up a
Norton.
2-0 lead. At the moment, here's Mike Norton who's playing all the cards here. The man from Western
Third leg
Supermare
match to
down
go
in
first.
the
Game on.
southwest. Usually involved in the running of the game down in that part of the world.
60.
They actually played a couple of the seniors events last year. Didn't play all of them. Played the first load of events and then the
140.
Masters qualifier. A couple of wins in that. That would be notable. Gary Robson. Shane Burgess, remember, in the former world #1. Kevin Dowling, who we saw this afternoon. He acquitted himself quite well as well, didn't he?
100.
Did the bounty hunter. You'd probably say on the basis of what we're seeing here from Mike Norton, he best be getting himself along to Reading on the 27th to the 29th of January. And having a go at that Seniors World Championship
100.
qualifier, because on the basis of this form, both him and Colin Monk, you've got to think, are going to be serious contenders to get themselves a place at the tavern.
Stands himself a great chance. He's averaging 88.71 here. We can actually have a look at the stats now on your screen.
100.
Having 79.04, but that's a caveated average. 10 missed starts a double, and a lot of them were in one leg against Hogan. In
60.
place of this standard, it'll cause damage at that seniors qualifier.
Well, I think if you're going to wear a shirt with Iron Mike across the back of it, you're going to have to be able to cause a bit of damage, aren't you? You're going to have to... It's a big name to live up to, Iron Mike.
Will he be the Iron Mighty this week?
121.
You loved that one, didn't you?
That even hurt me.
99. Mario
Well,
Kart
Shanghai
120.
Pull a leg back in this match with Norton on 102. just get the sense this has got to go. Norton may not take out the 1 or 2, but he just thinks Clark just needs... He's averaging 80, but just feels like he just needs something just to kind of get himself going.
44. Mike, you require 102.
For 3-0. He's going to get a dart, or at least he should get a dart. He is going to get one at double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
No,
Mike
messing
Norton.
about there. Full of conviction from Mike Norton. He's looking likely.
The
Fourth leg, Mike to throw
favourites
first. Game on.
are getting bashed. Mike Norton doesn't like stopping.
100.
This is the same Mike Norton here, the style, the pace, the precision that we saw nearly beat the 5-time world champion in the 2018 UK Open. Clark just taking a moment. That little distraction.
58.
Trying to recompose himself.
I should be said, it's quite an open room here, so any small noise you can microscopically
100.
pick up. And you've played, obviously, Pro Tour events in Wigan, places like that, obviously in a
140.
behind closed doors environment where it's full of hush, full of quiet. And I suppose that must be something that you have to deal with. That there's going to be times when there's going to be little sounds. Well, that's fantastic. Oh, hello. That was Brendan Dolan-esque with the old helicopter finger.
There, he enjoyed that. He enjoyed his moment. There might be more moments to come, Mike Norton, because when you're throwing darts like
99.
this,
Mike, your car 121.
you are going to be competitive. You are going to win games. You are going to win groups. When you win groups, you're going to be in for that big prize. We've got the Place at Champions Week. We've got the £5,000, but we've
50.
also got the giant novelty check.
I was waiting for that. Well, we spoke about the 90.06 from Colin Monk in the previous match. Well, Norton here, 92.05, a performance that could even gazump that. 71 for the win. One dart at tops for a 4-0 success.
51. Mike,
Unlucky, just underneath. And so Matt Clark, Superman, needs a game rescuing shot.
Need some super darts. Should get a shot. It's going to be at the bull. Oh, Matt Clark.
Matt Clark.
He was 3-0 down, and he takes out a huge 1-2-2 from nowhere after Mike Norton misses match opportunities.
This leg, Matt to throw first.
We know
Game
Matt
on.
Clark likes to be involved in 4-3s. He doesn't like to be involved in 4-0s.
Superman to the rescue.
99.
Who's your favourite superhero, Matt?
I didn't really like superheroes, to be honest.
100.
Didn't really watch that. So, on the basis of giving you an answer to that question, I'm going to go with Cat Dog.
$140.
Well, you too young for Cat Dog, are you?
Yeah, I don't know why I entered this conversation because I don't like it either, but...
Someone on Twitter is going to
100.
message me in a minute to tell me they remember Cat Dog.
$92.
I'm never so much into that kind of stuff.
81. Mario Kart 170.
Well, he doesn't have to go for this, but you'd like to, at the very least, try and leave a dent.
40.
And so from the big fish to the little fish.
Cardboard box.
Why did I know you were
85.
going to go there?
Mario Kart 130.
Both these finishers, even though they are big finishers, are ones that the professionals do like. He allowed to stay on that line. He took the ball last time. Won't do it
105.
on this occasion, but it's
Mario
all on
Kart
that vertical line.
135.
It's just different heights. Can't be done.
$55.
So to
Mario
pull another
Kart
leg
25.
back. Been some recovery effort so far for Matt Clark. He's going to go 17 for double four.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Matt Clark.
And 3-2 it is. What did you say about 4-3 to Matt Clark, Matthew Edgar?
He loves them. Can't get enough.
Six leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, we didn't see Eddie this afternoon, so it's only fair we see one tonight.
125.
Monkey, we can see he remembers.
$59.
Matt Clark. He loves the 4-3, but he's in a bit of trouble here. Mike Norton with the advantage of throw and the advantage on the scoreboard.
100. $100.
I think we should say bless you, Matt.
Yeah, just having a bit of a sneezing fit.
I know 2 weeks
100.
working with me, but you can't be allergic to me by now, could you?
Right. I'm good to enjoy the rest of this game now. There we go.
Compose yourself, man.
It's a shame because I'm just looking at the scoreboard here and seeing that Mike Norton is putting in an inspired leg in here. 125 ton.
100.
And another.
It's his 12th of the match.
He did this in his opening game as well, didn't he? This was one of the features of both him and Colin Monk, who have joined us tonight. Really looking forward to that next game. All Hogan and Monk.
100.
But it
Mario
looks like
Kart
this
76.
one might be about over. There might not be long to wait for that one.
It's going to get a dart. At tops.
36.
Still would have been a great win. And that ticks the average underneath 90 now. Not that he's going to care about averages, it's the points of the most important order of business, but the performances have been good for Mike Norton so far. He is proving his worth
60.
at the
Mario
Super
Kart
Series.
40.
Double 10.
20.
We've seen
Mario
this
Kart
already.
122.
Matt Clark's took the 1-2-2. We've seen him go 4-3 many times. If history has a habit of repeating itself, that the expression says there is lots of history on this. And this is what happened last time. That isn't. That is a slack dart. Mike Norton will get more opportunities to win this match. It will be 3 darts in
72.
hand, and the first
Mario Kart
target,
20.
double 10.
fives. And
10.
Clark comes back
Might you require 50?
to yet again send us all the way. He has been the man of 4 threes this week. And if he can nail tots with one of these 2 darts in hand. Double 10 now.
30.
Not to be.
Might you require 10?
To get over the line. To get that first win. To put himself on the board. Double 2.
6. Might you require 20?
The more you miss, the harder it gets. The smaller the double will appear. To him, that double will just be the size of his point. It'll feel tiny. But Clark just composing himself, addressing the board. Delivering.
Shot on the 6th leg. Matt Clark.
We might as well, at 3-0 to Mike Norton, have just said, let's just give Matt Clark the next 3 legs and play the last one. Because Matt Clark doesn't know any other scoreline other than 4-3.
7th and final leg. Matt to throw first. Game on.
Well, the rueful shake of the head for Mike Norton in the background says it all. He knows he's had opportunities. 8 opportunities.
100.
But he couldn't get the game won. And their starting duel far from done. And we're only halfway through the darting fun for the night. We've got another 5 games after this. Echo after this leg will be heading up to the balcony to chat to Chris. Evaluating what we've seen so far, and we've seen some impressive darts. Started with the battle between Hogan and Prins. That didn't quite catch fire, but Hogan got a 4-2 success. Then Clark
100.
beat Monk. Guess what? In a deciding leg, 4-3. Good game. That 85-83 the averages. Hogan then up the levels in that game against Norton, 4-2. 84, which is a bit more really around the 91 mark if you add in the missed doubles in the 5th leg of that. And then Colin Monk, a 90 average to get the better of Dave Prins, 4-2. But Matt Clark here looking to pull off the comeback win. And that maximum is going to help him in his cause.
Looking for revenge, really, from what happened in Group A, isn't he? He was 3-0 up
100.
against Kevin Painter and lost. He was 3-1 up against Kevin Painter and lost. He was 3-1 up the game after that and lost. He's had people turn it around against him. He's looking to do the switcheroo. .84. Steps to the left, he wants this treble 20.
97.
Not really much you can do on the 84. Did he use the 16s? He'll use
54.
the 16s at the start of this
Mario
combination.
Kart
64 after 12 darts. He's going to get 6 at it for an unlikely victory. He was 3-0 down. Like Norton, missed 11 match darts. But
56.
Clark misses 2.
And it just shows that darts is a game where you have to
82.
physically get over the
Might you
finishing
require
line.
8?
You have to hit the final double to win the game. It wasn't in. Clark thought it was in. He made the step towards the oche, thinking he could claim that winning double. Now has to recompose. But go at double 2.
6.
And
Might
should he
you require
return, it's going to be for
105?
Madhouse. Norton here, 105. He's already had 11 chances to win this match. 8 in the previous leg. He's going to get a dart at tops to get it done, to get it
Game,
won
shot, and the match.
with a
Mike Norton.
tongue-topping finish. And Mike Norton, who is impressed in his 2 debut games at the Super Series, gets the points on the board to show exactly why he is going to be a contender towards finals night. Matt Clark, a second consecutive game that went 4-3. He beat Colin Monk in the first of those, but it was defeat there to Mike Norton by that scoreline. And so we reach the midway point of our action this evening. Matthew Edgar's going to head up to the balcony and have a chat with Chris Murphy about everything we've seen. And then we are going to see the Battle of Basingstoke as Paul Hogan takes on Colin Monk.
You rejoin us at the halfway stage of tonight's action at the MODUS Super Series. So there's been some close clashes so far tonight, and the closest, that 4-3, of course it was 4-3, featuring Matt Clark, defeat in the end against Mike Norton, but he came back, didn't he, 1-2-2 at 3-0 down, and had the chance to win the game.
Yeah, a few more missed match starts there for Matt Clark. It was a different story. He's been on the receiving end of those sort of scorelines where it's been a runaway and then for him and the opponents come back. He nearly managed to do it the other way round, but when he gets in that really tight embroiled battle, it's the same result there for Matt Clark, and he just gone down 4-3 at the end.
Yeah, just a strange kind of quirk. 11 of his last 13 matches have gone all 7 legs. So let's take a first look at the Group B table after we've seen all of the players in action a couple of times. Paul Hogan top of it, having won both of those matches, but we've seen good performances from the majority of players, haven't we?
Yeah, and for me, Colin Monk and Mike Norton have been the 2 standout players. Now, not because they was the biggest outsiders of this group, because normally what we can do is we look at it and we see outsides and the odds and the expectation. We think we don't have as much expectation. When they do certain bits, you go, oh, they're actually really performing well. It's not like that with these. They are performing like the best 2 players in this group. Colin Monk, especially, that first start for him, so many times goes straight in the treble. He's a proper first start merchant, and if he can follow that in as well, he could really run away with this, because he's playing well enough to pick up the points here.
Yeah, and he's back in action now. He's going to take on Paul Hogan, who we mentioned has won both of his games so far. Both players beat Dave Prins earlier this evening. Hogan doing so in the very first match of the night, a 4-2 success completed with that double 12. He then went on to get the better of Norton. Monk had gone down, don't have to say the scoreline, against Matt Clark, but he did himself get the better of Prins. So an opportunity here in this, well, it's a bit of a local derby between the pair of them, for Colin Monk to either pull level or for Hogan to get the hat-trick and pull clear, really put himself in a good position.
Yeah, well, the bookies suggest this is all about Paul Hogan, and it probably is, in a sense, in terms of what Paul Hogan do we see. That first game, we saw a very disconnected Paul Hogan who just couldn't get involved in the game, compared to a Paul Hogan that dominated the second one. Which one do we get a third time round, or do we get an even different version of Paul Hogan?
Well, let's see, shall we? Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it's a battle of Basingstoke in Game 6 of our evening session here at the MODUS Super Series. Colin Monk up against Paul Hogan. A bit of local bragging rights at stake between this pair. So much so, they've actually travelled together to the venue, the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Basingstoke about an hour up the road or so, something like that. So very local for the players. What we're going to see here, because we've seen 2 real polished performances so far from Colin Monk. Whereas for this man on your screen, Paul Hogan, the 3-time BDO World Championship quarter-finalist. We saw him get a win against Prins, and then in the second game, a much improved performance against Mike Norton, winning both his games by 4-2 so far. Nice for Colin Monk.
First leg, Paul to throw first.
Would you say over the 2 games has been the most consistent player?
Yeah, I mean, we've not really seen much in terms of the level that we've seen from Colin Monk across a couple of games like he has. It really, really impressive, really stand out and beyond expectations. What are the expectations of Paul Hogan? I mean, I did ask the question upstairs. We've seen 2 versions of him. I think we're more likely to see the version we saw second, which was the much more better, aggressive, connected version of Paul Hogan to the game. But he's going to be questioned here. He's going to be under it, because Colin Monk has looked like the Colin Monk that was playing in those World Championships, in those big events at UK Open quarter-finalist.
And I think it's fair to say we didn't quite know what we're going to see. And of course, we get the advantages that we have a look at the databases and things like that. We try and see seasonal averages and things. But you just got the sense we didn't quite know until he stepped on that stage tonight.
It was my exact answer when you asked me that question. I said, what do we expect? I don't know. I don't know what we expect. I don't think if we asked Colin Monk, he would have expected what he's done or the way that he's played. But Paul Hogan is rising to the task. When we say a player's aware, Paul Hogan is very aware of the threat that Colin Monk possesses. He has really rose to the occasion. 2 darter after just 12 darts.
125. Paul Lucar 56.
Even with darts like that, he's not going to have this all his own way. Except double 18. An awkward switch.
47.
You won't put this past Monk.
126.
Still a chance with the treble. Gives him a go at the ball.
101.
Wasn't too far away,
Followed
but
by
Hogan
9.
now 9 to hold. Double 4. Twos.
Game
For
show in the
hold
first
for
leg. Paul
Hogan in the opening leg. This one was a bit of a relief more than anything else for Paul Hogan in the end. As I say, these two travelling to and from
Second leg,
together.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
A game played in real good spirit. We love to see that, don't we?
I just love the reaction there of Colin Monk. You could see, like, the face, it was, ha ha ha, serious.
Well, the old Frank Lampard.
85.
Yeah, there was no sustained friendship there. It was a ha ha business.
95.
You'd literally see like a light switch just turn on the face.
I can imagine the Frank Lampard meme now. Aha, you got the double. Yes, I'm a leg down.
100.
Yes, we have reached that stage.
55.
Gave this a bit of a build-up, didn't we, in the last one, saying that expect it to be a good game, and they've both started off well. Fulfilling the promise of this match.
140.
Monk just continuing. What's going on in the
99.
Monk household. Wherever they're eating for tea, you kind of feel like you want a helping of it, don't you? Aaron winning his tour card today, and Colin playing inspired darts.
He's getting better, if
140.
anything.
Might need to change a stem, though, at some point, because that flight keeps popping out. But I'm looking over to the table. It doesn't look like it's the case over there. Has he brought any
60.
spares?
Colin, you will call 36.
Turn up, throw darts. But not
No
find the
score.
double.
85. Colin,
Big
you will call
lass there,
36.
just to tap Colin on the shoulder and say, don't mess around too much with this pal. Leaves him double 16. It might be a happy accident.
$20.
Wow.
Paul, you call
That's now
107.
7 missed darts for Colin Monk. 107 to offer some punishment. He should get a dart at the double. What will he pick? He picks the 16s.
75.
Doesn't hit the
Colin, you'll call
16s. A mini
16.
opportunity there for Paul Hogan to get the breaker throw.
His 8th missed dart a double in this game. Make that 9.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin Monk.
But he finds it with his 10th, and we are level at 1 apiece. And just going back to your point about equipment and repairs, have a look at the table. When Colin turns around,
Third leg, Paul to throw first.
it's completely
Game on.
threadbare. Love the fact that Taylor got his own zoom-in shot there.
85.
Yeah, there is no plan B, is there? It's just do plan A better.
Whereas Kevin Painter early on this week
60.
pretty much had a dart shop with him.
$84.
Had more supplies than DPD.
Makes you wonder how many times these two have probably played each other over the years with all the opens and darts that are going on in the local area.
60.
Very local to each other.
Well, they're two of the most prolific players when it comes to opens, and Paul Zavar, Angela runs a lot of opens in and around the Hampshire area.
140.
Always very well attended as well. Famously won the Basingstoke Open. Get quite the cast list for that.
140.
You like Simon Whitlock down there. You get all the top players from the southern region, not just Hampshire.
100.
Players come down from Essex, Kent to participate in that competition. Really, really popular Open. Really popular player with Paul Hogan. Well respected by his fellow professionals. Bit of a pros player, really, isn't he?
26. Paul Lucan, 92.
Well, he won't be in favour of Colin Monk if he can take out this 92. He's got the luxury of time in this particular leg, which is why he decided to go
74.
double route. Leaves himself on double 9 in the end.
Yeah, I don't think he intended that one. You know what they say, down your local? Well, you left it. You to hit it now. Colin Monk's going to make sure that he knows he needs to hit
99.
it.
Paul Lucan, 18.
He will go direct for the 9s. That's on the wire. Good dart.
Green shot on the third leg. Paul Hogan.
And again, just like the last two shots, the one that Monk won and the one that Paul Hogan won, it's the last dart in hand. And it's those last darts that hurt the most because you just offer that little bit of hope.
Well,
You think, oh,
Colin,
I
you
might
throw
be coming
first.
back. I might be getting
Come
a
on.
shot. And then you hear game shot and just a little bit more disappointing when then you've got to start again at the 5:01.
And it is that hope that ultimately kills you in the end, doesn't it? Of course, you can
85.
contact us at the Super Series at MSS Darts. Ben Vitz has done exactly that this evening. He says,
81.
hey guys, got a question. Aaron Monk, is there a relation to Colin? Yes, it's a father and son combination, and we should again congratulate Aaron for winning his tour card today. Thank you for tuning in, Ben. And of course, don't forget to get your questions in at MSS Darts, at H_D Comedian, at the Edgar 501. We'll answer your questions throughout the course of the evening.
100.
Officially entered Midnight Darts Club territory, haven't we?
Have we got a tungsten teaser tonight, have we?
Oh, yes. Next game, we're going to have a late night tungsten teaser. We'll have a tungsten tea moment.
100.
Is it tea time teaser, isn't it, on Countdown? Not your kind of show.
140.
No, I'm not the countdown type of guy. Good darts there from Hogan. Monk just giving himself a slap on the thigh. As Hogan gives him a tap on the back. Gives him a breathe down the neck to let him know he is right there.
45.
I was just about to say a 45 here would be disastrous because it would leave him on a big combination. A ton here for Hogan. A ton 40.
100. Colin Monk, 131.
This forces perfection. Perfection he cannot apply on this occasion. Paul Hogan was the big favourite to win this game. I think that was priced
91.
up well before we saw what
Monk,
Colin Monk was
80.
still capable of. But it could take a sizable step towards that result if he can break the throw with his tops.
60. Colin Monk, 40.
Double 10. Huge passage to play here. One left.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
one
leg.
in, and level
Colin
we are
Monk.
at 2 apiece. Hard to prize these two apart so far. Averages 84.87 and 81. Bang on the nose. It's Hogan, though, with the darts in the all-important fifth leg. And
Come on.
he will feel as he should be throwing for the match here now, Hogan.
I mean, of course, it was going to be the last dart in hand, wasn't it? And that
82.
opportunity there for Colin Monk. Seems to be the theme of this game. Just when you think it's going to turn, when you think the opportunity is going to present itself to find something with the last. Again, that first dart.
100.
Colin Monk, it's been a good feature of his game tonight.
60.
Looks the more composed of the two.
41.
Finally in the balance.
60.
Bookies still think Paul Hogan the strong favourite. May be about to change their minds.
100. 97.
These two just cancelling each other out at the minute. Just moves his way across.
100.
Don't know, there was room there for a second treble. Couldn't quite find it. Ton leads him on a finish. And so for Hogan, it's all about the setup play here on 202.
122.
Perfect. Leaves at 80 again.
On your car,
Get a shot at that to
160.
break the throw. He might need to take it to hold. Gonna get a chance.
60. Paul, your car, 80.
Should get a dart. Gonna get 2. Not happy with that one.
70.
He won't be
On
happy
your
with that
car,
one either.
100.
Opportunity presents itself for Colin Monk. The first chance he's got in this match to break the throw.
And it mean he'd have the darts for the match. Hogan just looks on at one of the side screens. And he'll be happy with what he saw because it means he's going to get another opportunity at double 5 to edge in front. He's only going to hit one at double 2.
6.
And so Monk with the opportunity to break. And Hogan will be watching up at the screen again and praying and hoping again. But this time, it's free in hand. And this time, Hogan gets a reprieve at double 2. You sense he's not going to get many more chances.
Game shot on the
Doesn't need any more chances to move into a 3-2 lead.
I feel like that's more relief there. Colin Monk, though, got to be said, those darts at the top was a long way off.
First. Game on.
Missed opportunity there for Monk. Hogan missed one opportunity in the leg prior. There's not going to be many more opportunities.
60.
Time is running out on this one. Local derby at the moment. Just edging in the favour of Paul Hogan.
60.
Taking away from victory here against the 1996 World Masters champion. Which leads me onto the tungsten teaser. Colin Monk won the competition,
81.
but which 2 players which are playing this week at the Super Series was also seeded for that event?
95.
At MSS Darts. Don't forget to tag myself and Matt in your post at H_Deacon Media at the Edgar 501. We'll read some of the correct answers out as we edge towards either a conclusion or a last leg decider. As things stand, it looks as if Colin Monk with the darts here in leg 6 is going to force once again a 7th leg upon us this evening.
Be weird going to a 7th leg without Matt Clark being on the stage. Maybe we should just get him out just so everything feels right and complete.
80.
Like on a WWE undercard or something like that. Well, Colin is going to get
100.
6 from
Colin
140
Monk,
to
140.
take us the distance. Going to need the 6. How handily can he set this up?
45.
Oh, now that is an opportunity, a window of opportunity for Paul Hogan. He senses the opportunity.
100. Colin
Kind
Monk,
of seizes the
95.
opportunity there. That is not a bad leave. Monk's got choices to make here. Does he go the bull? Does he go the 19s? Looks like he's going for the treble 19. Needs to find a treble or a double. Hogan will get a
55.
match opportunity.
Paul Monk, 86.
Should get a dart at least the bull. That is even better because that leaves double 16.
70.
That's too much darts come and
Colin
gone for
Monk,
Crocodile
40.
Dundee. And so Colin Monk to send us to a 7th again.
He was a long way off this top last time. He alluded to that at the back of the stage. Where's Paul Hogan? Shake of the head. He's not enjoying it up that part of the board. He has found success over here. He thought that one might have been in. Took a closer second look.
30.
He's not going to want to look now because Paul Hogan has got 3 more match darts.
Game shot on the match.
And
Paul
Hogan only needs one of them to secure a 4-2 success against Colin Monk. 3 games played for Paul Hogan and 3 wins by a 4-2 scoreline. Colin Monk, his latest victim in which he has beaten him by that particular scoreline. And it is Crocodile Dundee who looks set to be the man to beat here in Group B. Victory once again for him. We're going to take a short break. Dave Prins takes on Matt Clark. 4-3 again, anyone?
So it's a hat-trick for Hogan as Paul goes perfect so far here at the Super Series. 3 wins from 3 for Crocodile Dundee. The most recent, that victory before the break there against Colin Monk. A 4-2 success for Hogan. Both players missing their fair share of darts at doubling it, but Hogan eventually getting the win. And that means that he is pulling further clear at the top of the table. 4 points the gap now to Clark and the man he's just beaten, Colin Monk. Mike Norton as well on 2 points. Dave Prins, though, yet to pick up a win in this group, and he'll be trying to change that next when he faces Matt Clark. It is the pair's 4th meeting this week after they both played in Group A, and Clark won all of their previous 3. A 4-2 success on Monday, followed by a 4-3 win when they did battle on Tuesday, and when they played on Wednesday, it once again went the distance. Clark winning in a last leg decider, and they have kind of become his thing, haven't they, this week at the Super Series? So odds on for this one to go all 7 legs. So winning a defeat for Clark tonight so far, as I mentioned. Prins yet to pick up any points and yet to get a win against this opponent this week. Can he change both of those things during this next match? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Matthew.
Thank you, Chris. Prins hoping to come alive, hoping to wake up in this evening session. It's not gone swimmingly so far for him. It's just not happened for him so far. We heard from his son Nathan Prins earlier on saying that he expects him to come out firing. Says that the evening session suits the Badger. It's not suited him too much, and he's going to have to find some super darts to beat Superman Matt Clark, who, when Matt Clark's on the stage, I think the one thing we can guarantee now is a 4-3. Most of his matches going 4-3. The 2 games he's had tonight going 4-3. He's been on the right end of one and the wrong end of the other. A 54-year-old. Well, match play last 8, and that's a iconic event in one of the most iconic venues. And one of the common questions you get asked as a player is, what is your favourite venue? And when you ask the players that have played at the match play, most people directly go straight to that Winter Gardens.
So considering you never played at the Winter Gardens, what would your favourite venue be?
It'd be the Winter Gardens still. I've sat in it and watched games before. It is really good.
60.
Oh no, that was a cruel question.
Phil Bars took about 30 seconds to send in the correct answer to the tungsten teaser tonight.
Amazing how quickly you can Google.
140.
He's a tungsten maestro. Dartpedia.
$100.
What's they say in the in-betweeners? Thanks, Phil.
$100.
Are we on the passenger play we've seen this evening going Clark's direction in terms of the result for this one?
On the passage of play so far tonight, absolutely. Dave Prins has had 2 games
60.
averaging 72 with missed doubles and have been nowhere near the levels in which he has set over the years and this week. However, we're not playing this game 20 minutes ago, or an hour ago, a year ago. We're playing this game now. And it matters what he does in this situation. Past is the past. Dave Prins will be well aware that he has got the capabilities of beating Matt Clark.
Mario Kart 140.
Six from here. May only need the 3. This has been a blockbuster start for Matt Clark. He can seal it with a double 10 and a 12 dart leg.
120.
Not quite this time. Pins all the way back on 200, so Clark will get another go.
$40. Mario Kart 20.
2 10s. For a 13 dart break of throw. He thought that was in. Reel him in. Reel him back.
No score. Dave Car
So one thrown
160.
darts there from Matt Clark without reward.
This would hurt. But it's not going to go. And so, Clark, who came at the tracks firing the scoring phase of the leg. 4 visits of a ton or more.
20.
I'm going to get the job done here on this double 10. And this time, Prins has put it under severe pressure.
Game shot on the
Pressure?
first leg.
What
Matt
pressure?
Clark.
Matt Clark breaks a throw, leads by a leg to 0. Let's say 1 win, 1 defeat so far.
Second leg Matt to
A
throw
2-2
first. Game
record over the course of an evening is okay going into Friday as long as you obtain a winning record. But looking at the way Hogan's dominated the beginning of the group,
60.
are we looking at possibly 2-2 cards maybe being enough if Hogan keeps up that level of dominance?
To be honest, I think that Hogan will. I think the A game and the B game of Paul Hogan are probably
41.
enough, and if he times them in the right positions, that's why I'd put him down for the group winner. We'll also take a moment to blow my own trumpet and just let you know that I did predict the Kevin Painter to win Group A, and I predicted Martin Adams for Group C.
93.
So if Hogan was to win Group B, it would be a clean sweep, ABC 1-1-1 for me.
Nothing like self-praise, is there?
133.
I'm sure when you get something right, you'll have a bit of self-praise as well.
I've got to get something right first.
That's the point.
Incidentally, just having a little look down at the weekly
59.
stats. The next maximum will be for the century for the week. Just to throw something out there in the tungsten waters as we approach 1 in the morning. Here in the UK,
57.
of course, there's many people tuning in from across the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And if you are, thank you so much for joining us. And if you are tuning in on that particular place, then you can drop a subscribe and you can see much more than just live darts. You can see game of the day, highlight reels,
140.
other content as the weeks go on, especially as we draw closer towards Champions Week, which is at the end of this month. So the last week of January is that crossover week between the end of January and the beginning of February. That's all live on
96.
Sporty Stuff TV.
Mario Car 149.
Matt Clark, be it Champions Week. Well, to do that, first he's got to get through Group B. 149 will help him into a 2-0 lead here against Dave Prins, which would be his second win of the night. This is still on. This is still very makeable. This is double 16, and that was
170.
almost spectacular.
He's teasing us, isn't he? He had the tease of the 140 in the opening leg, the 149 in that one. Matt Clark is saying something is coming your way soon, guys.
45.
Strap
Mario Car
yourselves
32.
into the Matt Clark show. Might be a different chapter of the Matt Clark show, because so far
Game shot on the
the
second
Matt
leg.
Clark show has been the 4-3 story. This one continues how it is. 20 points difference in the averages at the moment. This one is not going to go 4-3.
Third leg, Dave to throw first. Game on.
Interesting. Starts downstairs at the beginning of the leg.
133.
It's a lack of confidence, isn't it? It's a lack of finding the range. He feels like it's long. That's when you start doing things like that, when you just feel the throw's long. It's not that the throw's long. The throw hasn't changed. It's not added any extra distance. It just feels that it is.
97.
You feel like you're stretching. Nothing feels easy. And then you just start coming down the bottom part of the board. He'll probably do this for a few visits and then head back
95.
upstairs again. get some reps in. Maybe he's resting the shoulder a little bit. We know he's had to have a lot of physiotherapy on that shoulder. He mentioned to you, didn't he, on Monday when he was having an interview before it all began, how he hasn't really thrown a lot of darts over Christmas. He's probably thrown more darts this week than he has for the last couple of months. Played 15 games on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday in Group A participation. This is his 3rd game in this group, so 18 matches of darts already.
And it's a tough enough format if you're fully fit, let alone if you're nursing your injury or just coming back from an injury. That can make this elongated format a little bit more difficult to contend with. But it comes with awards here at the Super Series. $5,000 for the winner of the week. And then when it comes to Champions Week, which is in a few weeks' time, the victor will pot £20,000. What would you do with £20,000, Matt?
I would get it in £10 notes, and I would have the day off, and I'd sit in my pyjamas with a bottle of cherry Coke, and I'd count it.
Thank you for the mental image.
David Carr, 137.
Prins, 137 to pull a leg back. So 58 left, so 18 should be the shot.
97.
18 is the shot to leave himself on top. So we've already seen Matt Clark pin a 1-2-2, then not come far away from a second. This would be for 3-0. Not to be this time.
82. David Carr, 40.
Tots to half the arrears.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Dave Prince.
That felt like a better dart for Dave Prince.
Let me ask
Fourth leg Matt to throw
you that
first.
question, and
Game
obviously our listeners as well, the same question. So do tweet us in. I'll give you all the handles in a second once you know the question and where to get it to. So I'm going to add a couple of rules and stipulations to that. You've got £20,000, but you can't do anything that is going to be materialistic. Can't do anything that is going to cause an increase in personal wealth or revenue. So you can't like invest
57.
it or you can't save it. You've got £20,000. What are you going to do with it? It can't be something. You can't just go buy a car. It can't be something materialistic.
This is going to sound really
85.
soppy. This is going to sound really soppy, but I'm going to say it anyway. Probably take friends and family on a nice holiday. I don't know where. Maybe somewhere in Spain. I don't know. Something like that. I genuinely, I'd take them on holiday. Just have, you know,
57.
memories is absolutely everything. So, yeah, probably take some friends and family away. Maybe take a couple of the production crew with me.
I was going to say, I'm looking forward to that holiday then.
Where shall we go?
100.
Join in, guys, at MSS Darts, at the Edgar 501.
And take _Deacon Media.
It's the underscore I keep forgetting. That's why I get you to
95.
put that in. What would you do if you was to win the Super Series, the £20,000 big novelty check?
I should just confirm that if we are going away on holiday, there's no topping and tailing.
45.
£20,000, I'd expect my own room.
20 grand, you can have a
59.
honeymoon suite.
Not with you, I won't.
Can't say I'm not glad.
42.
Missed opportunity on the setup. I said not too long ago, I don't feel Matt Clark is going to go 4-3. all of a sudden, it's painting the picture of a game that's going to go 4-3.
57.
25.
Yeah, he didn't think that one through there, really. Been a feature of his week.
58.
This game's just lost all its pace at the moment. Who is going to come out of this patch of play with the leg? It becomes a big leg. The big legs are the ones that get won in 12 darts, 13 darts, but also these scrappy ones, because they all count the same. Then you've got those ones in between that you're just cancelling each other out with like 6 visit turns.
56.
But this
David
is
Carr, 76.
a noteworthy leg. This is a red pen leg. When you write things in red pen, it means they're important. Get the red pen out and write Dave Prins misses big number.
Otherwise known as the Rod Harrington.
$41. Mario Kart
Can I have
72.
my red pen back? Because he's done it again.
About the 16th, because another one of them will give himself a dart at tots, a 3-1.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Matt Clark.
As simple as that. And Matt Clark opens up a 3-1 lead against Dave Prins. It's been quite comfortable for Clark so far.
Jock Smith agrees with you, Henry. He'd like to do the same sort of thing. He'd like to take the family on a nice holiday with
57.
a bit of security.
Justin Donnelly's been in touch.
81.
Responding to that tweet from Phil. Said the two lads were discussing, knew the answer. Yes, we were discussing that Phil knew the answer. If you know the answer, Phil, just please just wait.
171.
Phil knows everything about darts. Walking book of darts knowledge.
$140.
To be fair, he should know everything about darts. He's around it almost every waking hour of his life, isn't he, these
Pretty
days?
much. Sure we'll see him back in this seat soon.
121.
Now, we've had some more comments as well come in, and we'll discuss them as well as the night goes on. So do get in contact with us at MSS Darts. Can he fill it up? Can he fill it up? What sort of question's that?
152.
Leave himself on a solitary ton for the match, turning the screw in the leg. Prins 152. Doesn't go. So, for a victory, that wouldn't be 4-3.
Mario Kart 100.
I don't think he's got it in him not to go 4-3.
80.
Dave Prins,
David
much
Barr,
improved this
92.
leg. Can he continue the upwards curve? 92. He needs a treble or a double-double. It might be double-double because that's awkward. Yeah, he's gone double-double. Another one. Oh, he's
74.
come low. So Clark,
Mario
a
Kart
chance for a
20.
13 darter.
To round off an impressive performance, the average is 88.
Game shot on the match.
And it is a win for Matt Clark, and this time it's by 4 legs to 1. He breaks the curse of 4-3 results and he gets the better of Dave Prins. As I say, 4-1 there, getting the solitary max in the match. Really good average as well, just underneath 86 there. So victory for Matt Clark puts him in a good position in terms of the group. We're going to take a short break. 3 more games to go, beginning with Colin Monk against Mike Norton.
Welcome back. So Matt Clark claiming a victory by the margin of 3 legs for once after all those 4-3 matches he's been involved in. A 4-1 success before the break there over Dave Prins, who struggled tonight after finishing level on points with Clark in Group A earlier in the week. But in Group B, it's not looking good for the Badger. Without a point after his first 3 matches, Paul Hogan's won all 3 of his, and he tops the group on 6. Clark moves on to 4. Monk and Norton with 1 win apiece, and they're about to do battle next here at the Super Series. It's the final outing of the night for Colin Monk, whose victory came against Dave Prins earlier on. Took out a nice 102 finish in that one. Using the bullseye to leave double 16, which he duly hit. And speaking of 102 checkouts, Mike Norton had one of his own in his victory tonight to lead 3-0 against Matt Clark, though Clark bounced back to force a last leg decider in that one before Norton picked up the win. So both with one win so far, but as I mentioned, it is Monk's last match tonight, so a big one for him. Wants to sign off the win. Mike Norton, though, has played good stuff and stands in his way. Back to the boys in the commentary box to guide you through Game 8.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. One final assignment for Colin Monk, and if he ends with defeat here, it'd be mightily harsh the way he's played to finish on 2 points.
Yeah, the pair of them really have played very good darts tonight. Colin Monk had opportunities, though, against Paul Hogan, didn't he? And for the first time tonight, he didn't take those, especially around that tops. Couldn't get that tops going for him the way he was earlier in the night. Mike Norton looked like he was going to throw his last one away, didn't he? Same way that he did against Raymond van Barneveld in that 2018 UK Open, but
First leg, it's
all
Colin
over the
through
line.
first.
105 finish for the match.
Game on.
He also had 102 in that match as well. I'm expecting quite a good standard from these two, despite the fact they came in tonight as the two big outsiders of this group.
They've always been the pace setters to a certain extent,
45.
aren't they, in this group? We had that first game between Hogan and Prins, and then Monk with that 83 against Clark. That was a good quality battle. Then Norton on debut again, that game against Hogan, really impressive.
125.
He's more than done himself justice on his debut so far, has Mike Norton. Gonna have an op as well next week, which means obviously he won't be going to Reading unless he's got the
92.
body recovery of, well, unless he just has all the answers to body recovery. I know he's Iron Mike, but that'd be beyond iron.
100.
Although I suppose you wouldn't be able to throw if you were made of iron, would you? Because you wouldn't be able to bend the elbow. I don't
45.
know where I'm going with that, I'll be perfectly honest.
Can't help you out on that one, I'm afraid.
Just can you dig me out the hole, please?
81.
Makes you wonder with Colin Monk how much he's actually
100.
played darts for like lengthy periods of time. We saw him come out the traps flying, but how much is he able to sustain that level?
137.
How often is he getting this sort of regular competition, or is it just at the moment prepared for the short sprints?
Well, we saw the recipe for success for Adam Mould last week was how used he
95.
was to
Microphone 58.
round robin formats, and it is a unique format, this, but it's one he's taken to like duck to water.
38.
He can't find the double
Colin
10 for the
Monk,
first leg, and this is
124.
more than makeable for Monk. This 1-2-4. So the 14 segments. Oh yes, double 11 for 1-2-4. That would have been
102.
some way for Colin
Microphone
Monk to
20.
open up. And so Norton now double 10 for the breaker throw in the opener, in a leg that he dominated in the scoring stages.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Norton.
The scores are for show and the doubles are for the leg, and Mike Norton has a 1-0 lead.
It was interesting watching Colin Monk go for that 1-2-4, and the closer he got, the more he was
Second leg,
talking
Mike
to
go
himself,
first. Game on.
telling himself what to do, telling the darts what to do. They didn't do as they was told. 1-0 to Mike Norton.
60. 100. 24.
Now, we asked a question earlier, Matt, didn't we? What would you do with 20k? Well, Ben's been back in touch with us. He said, what do you do with £20,000? He's out in the States,
85.
so It's worth $24,500 out there. That actually sounds nice, doesn't it? $24,500. He said he'd take a bucket list trip
41.
to the UK and Ireland. He'd take a night in at Ali Pali. Why not? Trip to Newcastle. Everyone loves that part of the world. And also visit St James's Gate in Dublin.
60.
You just run through a bucket list that didn't have the MODUS Super Series Saturday night on there?
81.
Got to get down. And seriously, you've got to get down here to the Life Lounge in Portsmouth because it's unique, isn't it?
I mean, Saturday, great atmosphere in here, good crowd. I think this is a good week to come
55.
down, actually. If you're going to come down 1 week, you've already got Kevin Painter through. We can 70% tell you you're going to get Martin Adams.
Blue pen.
100.
Depending on the next game, we can probably tell you you're going to get Paul Hogan. It's a lineup of names that have graced the biggest stages in the world.
I know of a few who will be here
45.
on Saturday. Expected to be busy.
$137. Colin your car, 156.
That's a bit showstopper. They're one of them. Would have left double 18. So Norton for 2-0 lead, 58.
85. Mike your car, 58.
They'll want this to be a bit more drama-free than it has been. Give him a bit of a settler.
48.
The drama
Colin your
continues.
car, 71.
It's like the Mike Norton soap opera.
So one dart at tops. It's all
In from
Colin
the
Monk
second leg.
needs to
Colin
level
Monk.
this game back up and one apiece. We just seeing the fact that it's later in the
Third leg,
evening.
Colin did throw
Just
first.
maybe
Game
the adrenaline levels just beginning to exasperate just because it's late at night. Maybe a bit of that darts lag that you've been talking about.
83.
You've got to question as well what these guys have been doing in their day. I wouldn't be surprised if they've still put in a couple of hours at work, you know, which means they'll be on that normal routine, which means
37.
this will be quite late. Tomorrow, it might be a case that they get more into the routine because they'll get up a little bit later. Because obviously they're going to bed later tonight, waking up a
43.
bit later tomorrow, less time to wait, less chance of getting fatigued, more into that routine and that rhythm getting ready for Saturday, which
45.
is probably why we see quite a lot of Group A winners struggle on the Saturday, because they don't get into that pattern. To them, it's a late night, because if you look at where their morning began compared to where their evening ends.
140.
Although no lions for us.
Go get into bed to have a lie-in, haven't we?
Sleep's
84.
overrated, don't worry.
$137.
So Monk 98. He's going to get time. Sizable time.
60.
Off leg this
Colin
by
your car,
Norton.
98.
Doesn't have to if he doesn't want to, and he's not going to. So double 16 for 2-1.
66.
2 words. Board management. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, this spices things up.
Getting shot on the third leg.
That
Colin
just
Monk.
cools things straight down, puts it straight into the refrigerator. Colin Monk, when we talk about drama-free, that is it. Mike Norton hits a 180, causes a bit of drama, calls the big
Fourth leg
call
Mike to throw first.
of
Game on.
Paul Hinks. With that,
140.
steps up, first start, not pausing, not stressing, just in that same pace and that same rhythm, puts it away.
He's not one of those players. He
36.
won't be disrupted. He will do what he needs to do.
$129. $45.
Any guesses on your tungsten teaser?
Well, I know the answer. I saw it when you put it on.
94.
Oh yeah, Phil Bars gave it away, didn't he? Of
Yeah.
course. Thanks, Phil.
The question to the tungsten teaser was the seeds that was
41.
seeded
Mike
for the
138.
World Masters of the Year. Colin Monk won it. Players that are playing this week: Matt Clark, Martin
100.
Adams.
Yeah, we had a couple of guesses in. Couple saying Paul Hogan. Made quarterfinals of the BDO World Championships at around that
80.
time. So I
Mike
totally get that
38.
guess. Guesses are that Norton's going to split. Oh no. Now he'll decide to split. And
Getting
hit.
shot on the fourth leg.
And level
Mike
up
Norton.
at 2 apiece.
Drama free. Don't cause yourself any unnecessary stress.
Can I ask you
Just like
something as a
Colin to throw
non-darts
first,
player to a
game on.
darts player?
Do you want me just to go get one for you?
That'd be nice. To a lot of the untrained eye, people ask, well, he's gone for it
100.
with the first dart, but then he split with the second dart. Why would he have not gone for it with the first dart? Can you explain that from a professional's point of view?
It was purely on the lie, you know. Why chase
100.
down a target that was slightly blocked? You see his darts lie across. It would have to have moved on the ocky in order to have got a clear sight at that, to have opened up the bed. And when Colin Monk's back on 299, there's just no point in complicating things. Just keep things as simple as you can.
60.
Like I said, drama-free. Mike Norton's causing himself a lot more drama and stress than he needs to with a couple of these misses. So if you can take some of that out in terms of the mathematics
100.
and the board management, then use it.
$100.
Although then again, I'm probably not the best advocate of that or the person to ask, because I'd literally go for all of them. You know, if I want double 19, I'll throw out double 19. Because my argument is,
60.
if you throw out double 19 and you go inside, you're going to end up with 2 darts at the double. The dart you've thrown at it and the dart you get after you've done your split. If you split and go to a different double, you're going to get 2 darts. So
125.
I might get 3 darts at double 19, but the worst I'm going to get is 2. But by switching, I'm only going to get 2.
60. Calling your car 116.
And if you have questions such as that, do tweet Matt. You might be explaining a brilliant 116 from Colin Monk. Tops to do it.
Getting shot
Tops
on the
to
fifth
pin
leg.
it.
Colin Monk.
And to put him one away. An excellent finish there from Colin Monk, and it puts him in a leg of the match. 15 darter as well. And you'd sense
Seems
it
like
being
Mike to go
justice as well
first.
for the
Yeah.
way he's played and performed this evening to get on to 4 points.
Yeah, exactly that. And then we look
41.
ahead and we think, well, Mike Norton's still got another game to go. He's got his opportunity to get to 4 points when he takes on Dave Prins in the last match. So I think all things considered, that would probably be quite a fair outcome if both players were on
26.
4.
$100. 100. 100.
However this night goes for Mike Norton, he can't be too disappointed. One of the things we've said about these guys is the sheer consistency of that ton hitting, and they just continue
100.
in that vein after 5 legs. 21 scores between them of 100. It's that consistent, relentless attack.
180.
Well, that's relentless. Fills up the treble 20 for his second maximum of the game.
For a level game. And another 3-3. But not if Colin Monk has anything to say about it.
140.
So
Mike
Norton,
80.
80 for 3-3. Should get a dart. We'll get a dart.
Game
Only needs
shot on
one
the 6
dart.
leg, Mike Norton.
And it's 3-3 again, Matt.
And there's me saying drama free. This game's full of drama.
7th and final leg, Colin to throw first.
Who
Game
will be in the final credits? At this point, can't say I've got any idea in the way this one's going to end.
100.
But that's what we want. Sport where you don't know the outcome. You don't know who will be the victor,
60.
who will be the loser. When they'll shake hands, or who will shake hands, the victor. The scenario in terms of the table,
60.
the victor of this game will move on to 4 points, put themselves in a strong hand. Mike Norton playing his third game. Colin Monk's night will be completed following this particular game.
43.
So it's more crucial for Monk to get the win than it is for Norton, in just in the fact that Colin will round off, square off his night at this particular juncture.
$100.
Well, we got to hope he might bring some spare stems tomorrow. Haven't seen any repairs going on that stem. Keeps popping the flight out, and
41.
when you look over to the table, he hasn't brought a case. Some people practically bring a suitcase onto stage with them. Colin Monk, he gets up, grabs his darts, point him in the direction of the board, and he produces.
100.
141 points away from the win.
60. Colin Yorkar,
That last start there,
141.
perhaps summing up the last leg for Mike Norton. Can you finish in style, Colin? Finish with a flourish. That's the second
170.
time tonight the double 12 has been wide for 141. That precariously close. And this for a 2 and 2 card.
24. Game shot
And
the
that
match. Colin
ends the
Monk.
participation on Thursday evening of Colin Monk. He ends it successfully with 2 points of victory there over Mike Norton in that match. Colin Monk moves on to 4 points in the table. It is 2 from 2 for him. Coming up next, we've got a player who's going to be wanting to make it 4 from 4 to be top of the table. Paul Hogan coming up against Mr. 4-3 himself, Matt Clark.
Welcome back. So Colin Monk getting a victory there in a last leg decider against Mike Norton to end his evening on a higher 4-3 success for him in that one. Average of 82 for the pair of them, but the doubling was better for Monk, hitting 50% of his checkouts, including 116. Almost took out a 1-4-1 in that one as well. It means that he ends his evening on 4 points, 2 wins and 2 defeats, sitting in the middle of the table. Everybody else still has their final game to play, and the penultimate match features the 2 players occupying positions 1 and 2. Matt Clark taking on Paul Hogan. Clark has lost just 1 match so far this evening. It was defeat to Mike Norton. Took out 122 checkout in that game when he was 3-0 behind and threatened to come back and turn it around completely. Here is that finish that sparked the surge. A brilliant bullseye. His only loss of the night, but there hasn't been a loss for this man, his opponent Paul Hogan, who has won all 3 games so far and is looking to end the first night of Group B with a clean sweep of victories. If the result goes the other way, however, it will see Clark pull level on points with Hogan at the top of the table. So let's get the action underway. Back to the boys in the commentary box.
Cheers, Chris. So 2 more games to go on what has been a marathon Thursday here at the Super Series. It always is on a Thursday. 25 games in 24 hours.
Can we have the players' names changed on the board, please? Thank you.
I mean, this is a crucial battle in terms of the top of the table, isn't it, this one? If Paul Hogan wins, he's pretty much there, isn't he, without having the confirmation.
Matt through first. Game on.
Yeah, 8 points should be enough in this group. Matt Clark was the bookie's favourite coming into this match, or coming into this tournament, into this group, Group B. But it's all been about Paul Hogan. I predicted Paul Hogan at the start, and it's kind of played out that way. However, if you are still with us, and you are playing along, I think there's a lot of value in this next game coming up.
85.
Mike Norton will throw first in the next match. He is 6-5 to beat Dave Prins on the evidence of what we've seen so far. Not just where the darts are landing and how it's working on the dartboard side of things, but how things are going in terms of the perception of the player and the level of control over their own emotions. Every single box that we can look at and put a tick in suggests that Mike Norton at 6-5 in the next match against Dave Prins, where he will throw first, represents amazing value.
$59.
Another one of Edgar's top tips. We've had a fair few of them over the last couple of weeks.
We have, and I normally like to
26.
give one when we get around something even money or better. I don't want to be giving tips out that are like 1-2s and 1-3s. I like to try and find a little bit of value, so you can have a little play along. That would be my play if
134.
I was playing along. I'd be looking at the Mike Norton to beat Prins.
I'll be presenting tomorrow. And then we've got our final commentary shift together of the
100.
last
Mario
fortnight
Kart
tomorrow
88.
night.
We'll be back to it again in a week or so afterwards.
Clark here, 88. Tops for the opener. One more left.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt Clark.
Well, the first one was a guide, which meant the second one was almost impossible to miss. So 1-0 Clark. Hogan with the darts in leg 2.
First, game on.
Paul unbeaten so far today, won all of his 3 matches. This is the last time you'll see him tonight.
100.
He's taking on Matt Clark, who has tasted defeat once. That was at the hands of Mike Norton. He was 3-0 down in that game, managed to pull it back to 3-3. And then Mike Norton took out that 105 finish. The missing 11 darts to wrap it up
140.
prior. Matt Clark had chances of his own in that one. So he could have been clean through the card, and this could have been to see who gets their first defeat of the
100.
day.
And it's kind of a similar story to Group A to a certain extent, where, as we know and we've spoken about all evening, Clark was involved in a whole host of 4-3s, and if some of them went the other way, we could have been talking about a different story in terms of, well, we may not even be seeing Matt
57.
Clark here tonight. Right, his feet up, getting ready for... Well, he probably would in bed by now, but
45.
be ready for Saturday night.
Good dart. Just inviting.
100.
No, the other darts taking the invitation.
$55.
Clark here wrestling the darts away from Hogan in this second leg. Hogan in the background, limbering up for his return.
44.
And now after that, you sense there is an advantage here for Hogan if he can, even if he piles in one treble here.
55. Mario Kart 160.
Now 160 to double his lead. Not going to go this time. Hogan is on 146, so has a chance.
43. Polio
Just
Kart
feel like tired darts,
146.
don't they?
Yeah, it's 1:45 in the morning here in the UK.
100. Mario Kart 117.
Treble 19. We're left and top, so Hogan back for 46 for a level game.
$57. Polio Kart 46.
6 for tops.
Game shot on the second
Found
leg.
by Hogan, and
100.
level we are at 1 apiece. And Hogan is 3 legs away from completing the card, which will virtually put him into Saturday night.
Third leg match
In Group
through
B,
first. Game on.
10 points automatically puts you through. Don't need to worry about that. It's signed, sealed, delivered. Finals night's yours, as Stevie Wonder would say. 8 points. The worst possible scenario is that every single
83.
player will tie, which came oh so close to happening once. Oh, so close.
100.
We had that one session, didn't we, where everybody was on 4 points after the opening, and it was just a couple of legs separating, as if the day never even happened.
Might as well have said, go on, lads. Have the night off, come back tomorrow, have a one-day group.
58.
Also, huge word again to Paul Hinks, who is doing an
140.
absolutely excellent job this week refereeing. He actually said to me earlier, he has a notepad where he jots down all the games and all the legs he's refereed and the players he's refereed as well.
140.
There he is there, the legend. He's saying that Friday he refereed 150 legs, and then there was also a possibility, I think he refereed 90 legs on
84.
Wednesday or something along them lines. And today he said there was a lot less. Not 143 in the morning session. Made up for it tonight, though, haven't we?
Well, we've got Matt Clark back, haven't we? So, Mr. 4-3 himself. You can't write him off. You can't run away from a game.
40, 60.
Hogan looking to set this up nice, for a break
137.
of throw.
Mario Kart 160.
Just does enough, doesn't he, Paul Hogan, tonight? Just grinding out the results. Tops.
Mario Kart 40.
After 12 darts, a good leg from Paul Hogan. He's raised it in this one
Game shot
when
on
it
the third
matters,
leg. Paul
when he
Hogan.
needed to. In the meat of the game, Paul Hogan rises to the occasion once again. Timing. Timing is key. Timing is the difference
Well,
between the
Paul
players at the
go
moment that are
first. Game
top
on.
of the tables. Kevin Painter, who ran away with Group A, Martin Adams, who's running away with Group C, and potentially Paul Hogan, who could be running away with Group B.
125.
Is Hogan making the mid-match move? 13 darter, 1-2-5 starts. And Matt Clark here needs to find something.
40.
Vantage Hogan with the throw. Remember, that was a break in the previous leg, so it amplifies the pressure which is being put upon Superman.
55. One out of them, 40.
You've played evening sessions here before, Matt. What would be,
One out of
or
them,
what would you say is the
40.
ideal way to prepare for the day going into the night session?
It's a tricky one. You've got to try and force yourself to stay into bed for a bit longer. Because if you get up at your normal time, let's say you get up at 7, 8
60.
o'clock, then you normally go to bed, 10 o'clock, then that's your stretch of your day, isn't it? You've got a 15-hour sort of day. But then, if you get up at the same sort of
100.
time, that 15-hour day then becomes a 19-hour day. So instead of getting up at 7, 8 o'clock, you need to make sure you're getting up 10, 11 o'clock, so that you've still got that same window of time that you're awake. Just move it along slightly along the timeline.
One out of them, 40. Paul
that's where that
81.
dart leg example comes from. So it's extra hours that you wouldn't normally have in your day, where then you're trying to find elite level sport.
The ball for 3-1.
45. Mario Kart
Seeing a
121.
1-2-2 from Clark. Are we going to see a 1-2-1 now? He's going to have to find the treble 17, which he does for the ball. For
Game shot on the
2-2!
fourth leg, Matt Clark.
He just always seems to find a way. Whenever you ask the question, Superman comes up with the answers.
It's like Matt to throw first. Game on.
You never write off Superman, ever.
$60.
Could this one?
100.
All the way.
Why not?
Is the Matt Clark MO. He loves a last leg decider. He probably doesn't. He probably wants to get it over with a lot sooner. He probably hates the drama. Probably hates the
100.
last leg shootout.
Well, the drama, Matt. We love it.
100. $100.
Come on, he
30.
says. Do a couple of big fives.
$80. $140. Motorcar 161.
Darts on both, down to a finish after 12. Clark with first poke. Both have to be perfect. The 30 points is no advantage. Level 17. And the ball. He took out the 1-2-1 in the last. Oh, I think that was
111.
in.
Paul car 131.
I think that was in. That looked like it just was in the bottom left-hand corner of the bed. Did not penetrate the board. And you do sometimes get these like
82.
dead spots on a
Mario
board.
car 50.
As he just found one there at the worst possible opportunity.
One left.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Matt
Takes
Clark.
advantage. That's getting noted in red pen on the Edgar notebook. I'll have to look again as to whether that was in or not,
Six leg
but
Paul to throw
it's
first.
irrelevant in the end. Clark one away. Hogan with the darts though in the sixth. And look at the way he's starting. Look at the way he's charging.
140. $41. $60.
Paul Hogan, Colin Monk and Mike Norton are the three players that's come and joined us in the weekly debuts. Gotta say it's probably gone a little bit better than the João Felix debut for Chelsea this evening, 58 minutes.
Could it have been any worse?
41.
Could have scored an own goal first, I guess, but
So what you're saying is Ted Bowley's going to have to go out onto
97.
Football Manager again and find another centre-back, which is actually a centre-forward. Commentating on them on Sunday against Crystal Palace.
140.
won't be commentating on João Felix.
When players get sent off in a game before the one on covering, I think great because there's one less player to do notes on.
180.
Note that! Put it down in the notebook. It's a maximum for Hogan. And it puts him on double 12 after 12.
$72. Polo car 24.
For 13 dart leg at the perfect time. He thought it was in. He thought it was in. Has to step back and recompose and fire at the double six.
No score.
Wow. It was a bit chaotic, but in some ways it may not be the biggest darting disaster in the world.
Yeah, Matt Clark a long way back, so no drama.
41.
Oh, Matt Clark, what
Polo
are you
car
doing
24.
there? Should have been switching downstairs. Just left himself on a no finish. Careless. This allows Paul Hogan just to bust if he wants to.
Game
He doesn't
shot on
want
the
to, he
sixth
wants to win the leg.
Paul Hogan.
Of course he does. It's Matt Clark on stage. He should have known this was going 4-3.
We'll have to rename it the Clark
Seventh and
now.
final leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now, just a note for those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we're going to be leaving you very shortly indeed.
96.
So if you want to continue watching, please head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you're watching us on there, Don't worry, don't need to do anything.
100.
Just stay and enjoy the remainder of this session. But if you're watching on Sporty Stuff TV, then please do switch over if you want to continue watching the conclusion to this session. Reminder, one more game after this. Mike Norton against Dave Prins.
85.
That is a game that I think represents a bit of value as well. The 6-5 odds available there on Mike Norton, I think, are a little bit large.
140.
I would probably make it about the 8-13, 4-7 mark. I was asked to price that one up myself.
$100.
This final leg is up in the offing. But Hogan may be putting a severe dent into
139.
things. And you consider, when all things are considered, an 85 and 90 average in this game. You consider the time of night it is, when you consider that this is a fourth game for these players. Really, really good stuff. And perhaps ironic if
21.
Hogan
Hold the card,
ends on a 1-2-2
122.
the finish that Clark took out early on this evening. Doesn't have to go for it first time with Clark on 199, and he has that glance over to the scoreboard.
$71.
Pressure being applied.
139.
Clark.
Polycar 51.
Big visit, big moment, big exchange.
Game
Big winner.
showing the match, Paul Hogan.
Tops the table after the first day of action here of Group B on Thursday. Paul Hogan does the clean sweep. It's 4 from 4 for him. Matt Clark played well, but taste defeat. We'll see that game again tomorrow. But before that, we've got one more match coming your way. Mike Norton takes on Dave Prins.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back. We're about to bring tonight's action to a close with the last match on the first night of Group B. But before the break, just a recap of what we saw there as Paul Hogan got the better of Matt Clark again 4-3. It's becoming quite the MO for Matt Clark to go all 7 legs. But Hogan got the win, and that means he's won all of his matches on the first night, and it's looking like he's just one away from qualifying for finals night, along with Kevin Painter, who is already through. But the last match, well, it features Mike Norton and Dave Prins. Norton has played some more than decent stuff this evening, but only has 1 win to show for it so far. That came courtesy of this 105 finish to beat Matt Clark, of course, in a deciding leg. Also took out a nice 80 finish in defeat to Colin Monk, forced the decider in that one as well, but that one went the way of Monk. There hasn't been a victory at all, though, for Dave Prins. If you can get one here, all is not lost, as he would be just 2 points adrift of the qualification place as the top 3 going through to finals night on Saturday. But Norton can put himself in with a great chance if he can end the evening with 2 wins from 4 matches. So let's get the last match underway. It is Norton versus Prins, and it is Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, a starting after dark treat. Here we are, game 10 of the session, game 25 over the last 20 hours or so now. Me and Matthew Edgar, along with Chris Murphy, been there with you for every single one of them. Well, as our brilliant backstage team deserve a shout out, don't they? Do an excellent job here at the Super Series. Just one more game for you then in this particular session, and then we're going to be back in a few hours' time for Decision Day.
And Martin Adams hoping to wrap things up in Group C. He's top of the table and beaten. Paul Hogan top of the table and beaten in Group B. Something's got to give. There are other places available as well. Group C,
First leg is
first
Mike
and
to
second
throw
place will be
first.
going through, currently occupied by Martin Adams and Gary Stafford.
Game on.
And in this group, after Paul Hogan, it's pretty much anyone's game, and Mike Norton can get the victory here. It'll make things wide open. If you remember, Mike
100.
Norton is my value pick in this one.
Edgar's top tip. Now, if Norton gets the win here, the table will be 8-4-4-4. Prins on Norton, as Chris Murphy rightly mentioned earlier. Are we ruling
95.
Prins out? And then are we looking at Hogan probably through? And then we're looking at 2 from 3 to make it into Saturday night's final.
43.
I think that's the most likely outcome. If Mike Norton was to win this game, I think that's the way it's pretty much going to be going.
$79. $180.
Yeah, it's been some debut night for Mike Norton. He's played well. Played some good stuff. And if it would end on 2 points, again, a bit like Colin Monk
26.
earlier, it'd be an unfair reflection on the way that he's played.
$100.
Look at it, and you look at the card for tomorrow. I think it's all up in the offing in this group. Here, Mike Norton wants 78
96.
to
Mike your car.
all throw in the opener within the par for the course 15. Double 12, 2 darts at it.
Game show.
Only needs the one.
Mike Norton.
And Mike Norton's on the board. Bish bash bosh. 14 darter, 1-0. Not bad
Second
for
leg
2 in
Dave
the
to throw
morning, is it?
first. Game on.
He's just looked the most likely, I think, in terms of... And I think tomorrow he could come back and be even better. He's settled in. He's not
41.
an experienced player in front of the cameras. Once he's had a bit of time to settle in and just tighten up those doublies a little bit. He's looking dangerous.
I could put it out there. Mike Norton could be on for a world record, which I don't think will ever be eclipsed. Because he's a third of the way towards what would be the latest finish to a TV 9-dart leg ever. And if it happens now, I don't think it'll ever be beaten, ever be broken. It's still on. It would never have been beaten. Surely it would never have been beaten.
$42.
Dave Prins is struggling. Mike Norton is flying.
91.
Norton can race into a
58.
2-0 lead in next to
Michael
no
Carr,
time here.
131.
He's averaging 113. The 131 won't go. Prins back on 355.
How many times have we said with Mike
57.
Norton, he just needs to do something a little bit drama-free? He's making this beyond drama-free. He's making this a canter. He's at ease.
47.
Dave Prins
Michael
not even
Carr,
attempting
74.
to throw at the 20s anymore. He's lost all faith. He's lost all confidence. Mike Norton will see that. Mike Norton will sense
34.
that. Mike Norton is looking to pounce on that. He's on a double while Dave Prins hasn't even broke out with the 300s yet. That 6-5 is looking
79.
massive right
Michael
now.
Carr, 40.
Tots are 2-0. Break and throw.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike Norton.
Norton's halfway there to a victory which would put him on to 4 points. Incredible to think, because of the time we're about to finish, that probably
Third
is...
leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what happened there. Obviously, someone's got a taxi to catch. But incredible to think
41.
that as we leave the building, we'll probably cross Thomas Skinner in the street as he heads to Dino's Calf. Not got the reference, have you? It's been a long day,
100.
hasn't it? He does it. Basically, there's a guy who used to be on The Apprentice.
60.
And he's hit internet fame again because he goes to this calf at about 5 o'clock in the morning and he orders things like spag bowls and Christmas dinners and things like that.
25.
Positive sign a little bit here, though, for Dave Prins, that he's gone back to the 20s. He won't like the fact he had a bounce out, though. He'll feel that is him.
100.
Taking the head on the approach to the board. He's had enough.
He just wants to get back and just go again and forget probably it tonight even happened. Because this has kind of come from nowhere, really, hasn't it, for Prins?
121.
You sort of feel if this was a boxing match, he'd be walking into Mike Norton now with his guard down, saying, please just finish me off.
85.
Now, the referee would have stopped it a long time ago.
$140.
He's still grafting away. Left himself on a finish first against the Norton darts.
45. Dave Carr, 115.
Norton only leaves himself on the fish. Treble 19. And left the double.
99.
And so he
Michael
left to
Carr,
ponder with some
170.
fishing at the Super Series lake. Some late night fishing. put the rod away.
Dave, your car 16.
For 2-1.
No score. Mike, your car 90.
To go in a leg. The bull.
65. Dave, your car 16.
More opportunities here for Dave Prins to get some element of positivity going. We
He's on
have
the
seen
third
players
leg.
recover
Dave
from a
Prins.
position where they haven't won a game on the first day, but it is a rarity. One that springs to mind would be David Pallett. He came from nowhere up to a third place qualifying position.
Fourth leg, Dave, to throw first. Game on.
But it's not completely over if Dave Prins was to go on to lose this game to Mike Norton. But in all likelihood, he would be getting very close to the marker pen through the name.
That was the
40.
first week here, wasn't it, David Pallett?
No, that was in Southampton still. That was in the old venue.
He had a dramatic leg, didn't he, with
60.
either Jared Cole or Justin Smith, one or the other. First week here, the group went down to a deciding leg.
41.
And Pallett squeezed through.
$92.
If you want drama, Group B is usually your group. 3 from 5 adds a exciting element to it.
125.
Dave Prins is trying to say,
140.
you might have wrote me off a little bit too early, lads. Still got a little bit of fight left in me yet.
100.
Got a feel if Mike Norton wants to get this done quick. Said he needs to get involved in a couple of games that lack a little bit of drama.
99.
That's going to be the case. He needs to get rid of Dave Prins because Dave Prins is getting to the point where he's going to start causing a little bit of problems.
$29. Mike, your car 110.
Good dart. Double 16.
94.
That would have been for the re-break of throw. We'll get another opportunity. Double 8.
85. Mike, your car 16.
3 darts. Where his darts lie, that should be
12.
good for him.
Dave, your car 81.
Davy Prins. I'm going to say this would feel like a steal, despite the fact it'd only be a holder throw.
Double 12. Sixers.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Dave Prins.
The game is still in the mixer. At 2-2. And you have to credit Dave Prins here because it would have been
Fifth leg,
so
Mike, to throw
easy
first. Game on.
for him to go through the motions right now and this be 4-0 next to no time at all. But
60.
he is showing why he is a player who's played at multiple World Championships, called a finalist at the Seniors World Championship, multiple tour event winner. Because if you have a never say die attitude,
70.
that's what wins you things. If you give up, then there's no point being in places like this.
Yeah, and you saw he was throwing down at the 19s at points of that game. He had some
100.
wayward darts up by the double 5. Not let it affect the process. Still believing. Still hanging in there. There's a vital 2 points on the line here.
140.
2 points that would give him hope. Hope that he can extend his week A 5-day week to a 6-day week, playing on Saturday.
100.
Get some pounds in the pocket.
$60. 60. 100.
'This beginning to unravel a bit for Mike
11.
Norton.
David Carr 131.
Absolutely, he had a 2-0 lead in this one. Looked like he was going to run away with it. Dave Prins not really showing much levels of resistance. And two things that have
91.
happened here.
Michael Carr 170.
Dave Prins has got better, and Mike Norton has got worse. That has levelled off in the middle part.
100. David Carr 40.
Dave Prins could get a breaker throw, go 3-2 up and be throwing for the match. I did not think I'd be saying that when he was 2-0 down, averaging 62. Not even attempting to throw at the 20s.
30.
You may
Michael
not
Carr,
say that
70.
line. Because Norton, 70 to take the lead himself. To recapture the lead. Double 4. And that one wasn't even close.
66.
No,
David Carr
long way
10.
off. Nervy, tired darts. Do fear on the height on this one. And there it is.
No score. Michael Carr 4.
The reason I thought that, he was just rolling onto his toes. When you do that and you have
Shot
that
on the
lift,
fifth leg. Mike Norton.
you struggle with the height, and that first start was a very good case in point, and you just think this one's going low. Going to keep that foot, that front foot, that balanced
Six leg
leg
Dave to throw first.
needs
Game
to
on.
be planted on the floor. You've seen some people with a bit of an orthodox throw where they might kick the back leg. It's not ideal, but you can get away with that a bit more. You cannot raise that front foot.
45.
Last leg whilst we're here.
I think Mike Norton will feel he's got away with this now. And I think the stress
100.
and the pressure of that situation may just start to come out, and we'll see Mike Norton get back to the Mike Norton we saw in the first couple of legs.
140. 119.
Is Norton making the move now? Is he eking towards the finishing line? You put him on to 4
87.
points. His performances have probably warranted that. Dave Prins, well, sizable work to do tomorrow. Well, he's going to have to win probably all 4.
100.
He's going to have chances of making it through. Unless you can find something here. 2:10 left, so up for 20s was the logical call.
139.
Well, that's a big visit. Huge visit, a huge time. But he's not going to leave double 1.
130. David
Mike
Brown
Norton's
90.
having none of it. Gives himself a well-deserved fist bump there on that one. He's expecting a shot here. He will be now. He'll be really expecting. He's getting. Should be getting 2
38.
darts. 2
Michael Carr
darts
52.
to end with victory.
Double 16 on the wire.
20.
Both on the wire.
David Carr 52.
And so the outshot that Norton's just missed is what Prins wants now to send us to yet another decider. But he decides to go tops. And he
Shot on the sixth leg, Dave Prins.
finds the double.
It has been a marathon day of darts. You have had the MODUS Super Series bringing you Group C, topped by Martin Adams. You would then,
Seventh
in
and final
between,
leg,
be
Mike,
watching
to go
Q
first.
School,
Yeah.
events taking place in the UK and in Europe. We could have watched darts on another channel, watching Bahrain for the
60.
PDC World Series. And then you came back here for a little bit of the MODUS Super Series. That feast of darts is about to end. This is your last leg of this daily round of fixtures.
60.
Five out of 10 games have gone 4-3.
45.
Another 4 have gone 4-2. And just the solitary 4-1. That's how tight this group has been.
180.
I wonder if that's the latest 180 call Paul Hinks has ever made in his career. It may be a significant one for Dave Prins.
140.
And this would be an incredible comeback here for Prins if he seals the win here, because at 2-0 down,
85.
the obituaries were written. But he's found this way to persevere and find a way. And it may be enough here
100.
to dramatically seal victory. Norton first to the finishing zone, but will he be the first to the finishing post?
78. Mario Kart 156.
Well, this would be some way to finish off a marathon session. Not to be. And so Prins will get his go at 98.
52.
After
Jennifer,
Norton missed
98.
2 match darts in the previous 78. So the 18s was the port of call. And so Norton now 104 to
58.
seal
Mario
the match
Kart
and his second
104.
win of the night.
Been here before. Game we should have won, then faced darts against him. Took out a 105 on that occasion. That was to
48.
beat Matt Clark.
Mario Kart 40.
Not this time. Tops for Prins.
For his first win. Tens.
Game shot on
And
the match,
Dave Prins secures a comeback win by 4 legs to 3 to round off a marathon session at the MODUS Super Series. A win for Prins puts him on 2 points and keeps him in with some hope of qualification for Saturday night's final, although it's going to be a big push needed for him from here on in on tomorrow night's Group B session. So those are the stats, those are the averages. And so let's get some final thoughts from Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Dave Prins wins in his last match and keeps himself in contention, really, in the group. We'll take a final look at the Group B table. This is how it will be overnight. Paul Hogan has got us through, it feels like, maybe a win away, having won all of his matches tonight. Matt Clark, Colin Monk on 4, and then Mike Norton, and now Dave Prins, both on 2. That win for Prins really putting him in the picture. And Mike Norton will be perhaps frustrated to only come away with 1 win after some decent stuff on debut at the Super Series. Well, it's Friday tomorrow. That means another double day of darts for you to devour. 9:30 a.m. we're back on Sporty Stuff TV and here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Then again for the conclusion of this group at 10 p.m. So we'll see you on Friday.